For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is April 19th. It is exactly 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of the quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing upon those who are present. Bless now our leaders and those who serve and protect our county, state, and nation. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230260, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right. Any changes to the consent agenda? Madam Clerk?
I don't have any.
Commissioners? All right, entertain a motion regarding the consent agenda. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Cast your vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 items to be added to today's recess meeting agenda. First item, 23-0288, Sheriff, discussion, emergent issues at the jail.
All right, that'll require a supermajority. Entertain a motion. All right, is there a motion to approve? Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Second item.
Actually, that item, that's the sheriff's item. What's
Yes.
the next one?
The next item is real estate and asset management, tiny home
Okay,
project.
on the sheriff's item, colleagues, the sheriff is taking care of some personal business, so we will take that item up. That'll be the last item that we will take up today. So at the end of the agenda.
Second added item, 230289, real estate and asset management. Request approval of a recommended proposal in the amount of $330,399 to provide project manager needed to facilitate Fulton County's affordable tiny home project.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Bottom of page 3, recess meeting agenda. 230269, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's recess meeting agenda. On page 4, presentation of proclamations and certificates. We need to include 2 proclamations: Crime Victims' Rights Week, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett, and Sister Annie White Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Okay.
Next item to be revised on page 8, 230287. This item is revised to amend the requested action. It's a resolution authorizing the county manager and the county attorney to negotiate a medical contract for services agreement between Fulton County and Morehouse School of Medicine to provide health care services. And
Wait, just a minute. Repeat that?
the item requested action was amended from what's on the printed agenda.
So what's the change?
It's authorizing the county manager and county attorney to negotiate the medical contract for services agreement.
Mr. Manager, what's,
Yes, sir. As I explained yesterday, we don't have all of the details vetted yet in terms of the cost, the patient volumes, and the like for the proposed clinic that Morehouse would run with support from Fulton County. So what we would like to do is present the information that we have today and realize that it got to you late this morning, and then finalize those details, bringing back a memorandum of understanding in the next meeting for your approval.
all right, let's discuss that further when it comes up. All right, what else?
And on page 5, we're removing an item, 230158.
Page 5.
Page 5, Human Resource Management, request approval of the proposed plan designed to extend a child care, elder care benefit. This item will be moved to a later meeting.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
On the Morehouse presentation, it's at the back of the agenda, and I think the external parties are here from Morehouse. If it could be moved forward, we would appreciate that consideration.
Take that earlier in the agenda?
Yes, sir.
No problem. No objections.
Those are all the amendments I
All
have.
right, anything, commissioners? All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. It is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote on the agenda as amended.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Page 4, 230270, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, March 15th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, April 12th, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, April 12th, 2023.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230271, presentation of proclamations and certificates. First proclamation is recognizing Chandra Curley Appreciation Day. Corelli Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Okay, Mr. Manager, we'll take up the Morehouse matter after public comment.
Thanks, sir.
Will all the family members and supporters of the great Chandra Corelli please join me and my colleagues at the podium? Wait a minute. We'll give my colleagues an opportunity to get up here. It's a reflection of you. See everybody up? Okay. Whereas Chandra Corelli is the former lead singer of the SOS Band, which produced a string of top 20 Billboard hits with the albums Diamonds in the Raw and One of Many Nights, where she wrote several songs, including the single Broken Promises, and whereas Chandra's first solo album, Love Songs, was #1 on CD Baby, and her single You're Just Right skyrocketed to #3 on the UK Soul chart. She has also released 2 other albums, Relationships and The Real Me, and where Chandra has performed at the Long Beach Jazz Festival, the Berkeley Jazz Festival, the J Fly Music Festival, the Tom Joyner Fantastic Voyage, Praise 102.5 FM Gospel Jazz Live, the Holland Juneteenth Music Festival, and the Atlanta Jazz Festival. And whereas Chandra is also an accomplished actress and can now be seen on the BET Plus original series, Tyler Perry's Bruh. Her other credits include Tyler Perry's Medea's Big Happy Family and For Better or Worse on the Oprah Winfrey Network. And whereas Chandra is the recipient of the Best Black Female Performer in Theater and Film Award and the Lady Soul of Jazz Award, she is also a Helen Hayes Award nominee for Lead Actress in the musical Slam and was lead actress in the unforgettable portrayal of Dinah Washington in Dinah Was at the Alliance Theater in Atlanta. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the great Chandra Corelli for her outstanding body of work and for her tremendous contribution to the arts, and does hereby proclaim not only Friday, April 7th, 2023, but today, April 19th, as Chandra Corelli Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Please put your hands together for a talented individual that represents Atlanta, Georgia, and the world so well. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to thank God. I want to thank my friends and family for coming out. And I just want to thank you guys because my skills were developed here in this county. I mean, from Campbellton Road to the Alliance Theater, Jamandi Productions to Horizon, the Atlanta Jazz Festival to the SOS Band. From the SOS Band to Tyler Perry, I got all my gold here. And I take it all over the world. And I am an example of what is poured in this city and this county. So I really do appreciate this. Thank you so much. It means so much to me.
If y'all, can I get my staff to take the pictures? Can y'all please, staff, take the pictures and let these individuals give your cameras to my staff. Anybody that, okay. We want to make sure it get right, all right. Can we get the podium moved? Douglas? Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Sister Annie Wright Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Elizabeth Baptist Church. Please join me and all my colleagues, please, on both sides. Thank you. And while they're making their way, these are our pioneers, these are my mentors, these are the people that have made Fulton County great. And I appreciate you all coming out this morning. Vincent, do we need any more on this side? Okay. You come right here, sweetie. We got everybody? Okay, wonderful. Whereas Sister Annie Wright joined Elizabeth Baptist Church on March 29, 1972, and was officially installed as a charter member of the Golden Years Ministry on July 25th, 1996. She met with Pastor Craig L. Oliver, Sr., and convinced him to make the Golden Years Ministry the very first ministry he established upon becoming pastor. And whereas Golden Years Ministry is an extension of the church's Christian ministry for the provision of services, fellowship, and education to members of the church who are 55 years young or older, and operates under the slogan, never too old to grow. And whereas Sister Wright currently serves as co-coordinator of Golden Years Ministry, serving as advisor and liaison between the pastor, the church, and the ministry, she believes that elders have a desire to pursue a life filled with promise, happiness, pleasure, and respect, and she cares deeply for the well-being of seniors. And whereas Sister Wright also recruits young people to volunteer in the ministry and organizes numerous opportunities for members to work as a team and be self-sufficient for as long as possible, and encourages members to enjoy time together by attending special events, sharing meals, and traveling. And whereas Sister Wright was born to lead and destined to serve others, working with every committee in the ministry, including the Senior of the Month Committee, the Bereavement Outings Committee, the Caring Callers Committee, and the Special Events Committee. She is also a member of the Council on Aging, Concerned Citizens of Atlanta, and Rosa. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Sister Annie Wright for 27 devoted years of dedicated service to Elizabeth Baptist Church Golden Years Ministry, and for her selfless commitment to the care and comfort of our seniors, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, April 20th, that's tomorrow, but we're going to talk about it today, as Sister Annie Wright Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put your hands together? Wonderful, wonderful. So we're going to get it right this time. Can we get the podium moved? Well, not yet, I'm sorry. Let's do the remarks first. Okay. You want to do the remarks? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Charge it to my head and not my. I'm a senior citizen too, okay? So I had a
Thank
senior
you all
moment.
so very, very much for this honor. I thank all of my Golden Years members, the church, and whomever. And it is just indeed an honor for me to do for others, as my mother would want me to do. Thank you all very, very much, and may God bless everybody. And I do want to say I did work for Fulton County Office of Aging for 12 years. So I've been doing senior work since 1970. So I thank y'all very much.
I got it right this time. All right.
The last proclamation is recognizing Crime Victims' Rights Week, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
If I could get the Madam District Attorney and her team to come on down and join us. So next week is National Crime Victims' Rights Week. It's April 23rd through the 29th, and I am honored to, along with full board support, recognize Madam District Attorney Fonnie Willis and her team for their outstanding work with victims and their families with this proclamation. And it reads, whereas the term victim is more than just a label and has legal standing and protections that go along with it, and whereas the Georgia Crime Victims Bill of Rights and the National Crime Victims' Rights Act guarantee victims the right to meaningfully participate and use their voices in the criminal justice process, and whereas victims' advocates, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and others can help survivors find justice by enforcing these rights, and whereas the right to provide an impact statement ensures victims' voices are considered in court during sentencing, and whereas the Fulton County District Attorney's Office provides a victim witness assistance program which offers quality and compassionate assistance to victims and witnesses of crime in Fulton County, and whereas the Fulton County DA's Victim Witness Assistance Program is staffed by professional advocates, counselors, and social workers who assist thousands of victims every year, and whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to advocating for victims in Fulton County, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the Fulton County District Attorney's Office for their commitment to victims' rights throughout the year and does hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd to the 29th, 2023 as Crime Victims' Rights Week in Fulton County, Georgia.
First of all, I just want to thank Commissioner Barrett and all of the commissioners for recognizing us. This is a very, very thankless job. And I would just be remiss, there are a couple of ladies that really lead and make us lawyers do what we're supposed to do to make sure these victims are serviced. And so there's a team of them, and I just want to introduce some of their leaders. Here is Chief Deputy District Attorney Rira Collier, our Director of Victim Witness Services, Chandrika Derrico, Misty Botu, which was in our major case unit but has been recently promoted, and she supervises the trial division and touches more victims than anyone in the office, along with Lucilla Williams, who does the non-complex defendants, and then Dilma Dos Reis, who deals with our special victims, those that suffer from rapes and child molestations and all of those things we do not want to talk about in polite company. And then Miss Ilona Rolak, and I don't know if I saw her, but she is in trial right now because we're trying yet another murder case, and she deals with the families of the deceased. They make sure every day that us lawyers don't lose sight of this is not just the practice of law, but that we really service victims, and there's a team of advocates here. So the proclamation is really for them and for all of us at the DA's office. So we just thank you all. You all already know how much I love you. The mighty commissioner from the District 6 and Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Arrington, we just thank you so much for recognizing us for our work. We're humbled by it, and we're glad that we have people that support us, and we know that you all support us. Thank you every day. Also to Commissioner Ellis, and thank you for recognizing us here today. If my advocates could take the front, if we could get one picture just with the advocates in the front, lawyers to the back. Just recognizing all of you.
All right. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 4, public hearings, 230272, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached, prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 20 speaker cards here in Assembly Hall.
Did you say 20?
20. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Christian Tolliver, Lydia Meredith, Audrey Malone, Michael Collins, Cameron Jackson.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds remaining on the 2 minutes that you allotted, I'll simply say 15 seconds at your clue to terminate your remarks. Given the fact that we have 20 speakers, if you can say what you plan to say in less than 2 minutes, it will be greatly appreciated. It is 10:30, let's say 10:32 now, so we'll continue until 11:02. First speaker.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. I first want to thank you for allowing me time on your agenda. My name is Kristen Tolliver, and I'm the Regional 14 DFCS Director, and I'm also Interim Fulton County Director. I'm here today to request the 13% ceiling that is capped for Fulton County to be lifted. I'm requesting this because at current, Fulton County staff that is standing all behind me, you see case managers, supervisors, administrators that work effortlessly to ensure that the children of Fulton County remain safe in their homes. And if they cannot remain safe in their homes, then we try to make sure that they are in foster care safe until they can go to a forever home. At this time, Fulton County receives a supplement. The case manager level receives $250, one in July, one in December. Our counter counties, such as DeKalb, for instance, they receive every year $2,000 in supplements compared to Fulton County's $500. Fulton County is your largest county. For example, CPS receives over 32 intakes. That is, if one of you call and says there's a danger to a child, the case managers behind me have to go out and ensure that those children are safe. What I am asking, I'm not asking for any more money. We have money in our budget. It is just that we have a 13% cap, and I am asking that cap to be lifted, to give me the opportunity to increase their supplement, to show them that we respect and we honor the work that they do for our Fulton County residents and for our Fulton County children.
15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, Commissioner Pitts. So again, I am asking that you all be gracious in lifting that ceiling. I am very diligent with my budget. I have a $1.6 million budget. Last year, I spent that down and had $500,000 left. I
Thank
could
you.
have transferred that money to the
Thank you.
supplement.
Thank you. Next
Thank
speaker.
you, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here advocating for leadership and resources to end hoteling for DFCS foster care children and youth, and especially today, the removal of the 13% ceiling for supplemental compensations for DFCS workers. The request to remove the 13% ceiling to increase DFCS staff compensation is on the voting agenda today because of the stellar leadership of my commissioner, Natalie Hall, and her team. Thank you, Commissioner Hall. As you know, DFCS workers staged a walkout because of working conditions and low staff pay earlier this year. This event was televised on local news. Fulton County has the highest caseload in the state and the lowest pay in the state. Our DFCS staff are underpaid and overworked. Daily, our staff toils with stressful issues of children and families with complex needs, from drug addiction to child abuse and neglect, exacerbating issues of safety and care for DFCS children and their families in Fulton County. I appeal today for the support of all commissioners to pass this initiative. I'm begging you today to provide the leadership and resource needed to fix this problem. Child safety, doing all we can to protect and promote an atmosphere where children are safe and thrive developmentally in every life domain, is an urgent matter. Inaction and delayed action cause children to be hurt and harmed. This cannot be our response to such an urgent matter. Please vote in favor of this matter, and your constituents will remember your stance
15
to
seconds.
protect children and families in Fulton County. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, and thank you for hearing me. My name is Audrey Malone. I'm coming before the board today to ask you to exercise your authority over the Fulton DeKalb Hospital board to ensure that Grady Memorial Hospital comes in compliance with this liability insurance. As of now, it is unlawful. There was strong opposition to the proposed 2008 lease of Grady Memorial Hospital to the private corporation because the private corporation was non-compliant with statutory requirements. At the board meeting in 2008, a DeKalb County commissioner stated, "We must protect our patients." A Fulton County commissioner stated, "Our doctors will take care of the patients. They will do the right thing." They were wrong. I was seen at Grady Memorial Hospital an estimated 70 times. During that time, 18 doctors and a mob administration intentionally concealed a terminal medical condition from me. They left me to die a cruel death. During that situation, as I approached them to discuss the remedy for what they had done to me, that is when I learned that the business insurance was unlawful and deficient. Business insurance is a fundamental financial policy falling under the governance of the authority. Grady is not self-insured. They are not a governmental entity. They are in violation of law, and they must be brought into compliance. This governing body has a duty to ensure, by the board resolution of 1941, that was again administered in 2008, that every Black, every brown, every indigent person that goes to Grady is receiving proper care.
15
and when
seconds.
that does not happen, they have a right to their available remedies and for Grady to be insured just like every other corporation. Thank you for hearing me today.
My name is Michael Collins, and I'm from Colour of Change. Like LaShawn Thompson, countless individuals are currently enduring inhumane conditions at the severely overcrowded Fulton County Jail, often languishing months at a time for frequently minor offences and small amounts of cash bail. Despite years of scrutiny from the community, the neglect and inhumane conditions within the jail have persisted, as has the inhumane treatment by a sheriff's office that has seen its employees and vendors arrested for drug smuggling and assaulting those detained. Politicians have responded to these problems by throwing more money at the issue and approving more jail space. Just last year, the Atlanta City Council decided to repurpose a diversion centre and turn it into a jail, yet the local sheriff has barely used this new facility. Does this body even know how many people have been transferred to the diversion centre? Does this body know why Fulton County puts its residents behind bars at a rate nearly 3 times that of other urban counties? Has this body scrutinised what DA Willis has done with the $5 million allocated 18 months ago to clear a backlog of cases, a backlog that still exists? Does this body know if the sheriff has been requesting repairs on the current facility, or is he letting it deteriorate so he can get a fancy new jail? Instead of asking these questions, this body is yet again going back to their same playbook. Throw more money at the problem and hope it goes away. This time, it's a $2 billion jail, an astronomical waste of money at a time when the county will have to pay out for countless lawsuits like that of Mr. Thompson. The solution is never more jails and more incarceration.
15 seconds.
It is smarter, more humane justice policies that will reduce the jail population. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cameron Jackson. I'm from Fulton County DFCS and Child Protective Services. I am here in support of the increase of the supplement and the removal of the cap for our workers, for our team, those that have not only been able to support the families that live in Fulton County, but have an obligation to their own families as well. So I am standing here in agreement with that for my team, for our citizens, because this is how we support you all, and we are looking for that same support from you all. We thank you for the time that you have given us to come up here and speak. We thank you for everything that you do as a body, and we're in support of you and just praying that you are in support of us. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers: Kenyon Brown, Tekin Tuttle, Rebecca None, Lillian Reed, Evelyn Sterling.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. My name is Kenyon Brown. I'm the Deputy Director for DFCS of Fulton County. I am here because my team is here. We work countless hours to ensure that we support the families and the children, to keep them safe, their well-being, and to ensure that we achieve permanency. We're in full support, and we're asking for your support to not only increase the supplement, but to go ahead and remove the ceiling. Countless hours, countless days, my team stands committed. Restless hours, we stay committed. We continue to fight for the children and families of Georgia. Not only do we ensure that we achieve permanency, but we ensure that we provide services to ensure that families feel supported, that they get what they need. So once again, I want you to take a look at our team and understand the support that we're asking for today, because we're gonna stay committed and we're gonna ensure that we not only achieve permanency, but we keep the children of Georgia safe. Thank you for your time.
Amen. Good morning. My name is Rebecca Kuhn. I am a citizen of the United States. I'm a migrant from East Africa, South Sudan, and Ethiopia today. My case I present to you today, I'm happy because I find this hall is a Christian home. I'm very happy today for the first thing was prayer. Thank you, Jesus, for that. I paid the eviction for the apartment Magnolia Park. I was hospitalized for my both eye. I have an injection and had to remove one eye for cataract. On January 2022, I paid my rent, and then I went to the hospital in February. And one of my friends told me that you need help. Can you apply to Fulton County Emergency Assistant? I said yes. When I did, they told me that we improve you for 1 month you owe for the 3 months ahead of you. I prepared all those paperwork. Me and landlord, they told me that we will send a check to the landlord.
15 seconds, ma'am.
Amen. And then, after that, when they delayed me, 5 months later, they told me that you deny, and I owe 5,000. They evict me. I went to court and filed a court, and the court did not call me until last month. Right now, I owe
Okay.
a lot of money.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning today. My name is Tekken Tedil. That was my mother speaking. And today we're here today to speak on...
Can you speak up a little bit, please, sir?
Today, we're here today to speak on English efficient, basically the rights that we are also, should have access to the Georgia Rental Assistance Program as well as Fulton County Rental Assistance Program. Being as that it's not accessible because we don't know English that well or computer literate as that well, there should be resources that we could use to not have this sort of thing happen, We came here for the American dream. Why can't we get a piece of it as well, too, And the thing is, Fulton County is that we've been the citizens. If we weren't the citizens of Africa, we were citizens here first, And we just feel like the way is, we came here just like the Pledge of Allegiance, justice for all, no matter where we're from, And thank you so much, and it's my little spiel. It's my mother, and we were given, due to COVID-19, we were given a certain amount of time for the Georgia Rental Assistance Program as well, too. But that was very hard to navigate. And after a while, it's just unbearable. My hardworking mother right there, she had suffered from cataracts in both eyes, and then as we try to do that, and then we get an eviction notice, which I deem not fair at all, During the hard times, this shouldn't be the last thing that we should be talking about. And I'm just here for you today, just take it upon your hearts to, if we were here, came out to talk to you guys live in the flesh, how many other people are suffering in silence?
Right.
My name is
15
Ted.
seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Lillian Reed. I'm a CPS case manager with Fulton County DFCS, and I'm here with my coworkers. A lot of us work over 40 to 50 hours a week to make sure the children of Fulton County are safe, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would give us the supplemented increase. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Evelyn Sterling. I am with the Fulton County CPS facility. I stand before you all, asking you all to please lift the 13th cap. I work hard every day to support our kids and families, to make sure they're safe, to be supportive of my leaders and for my coworkers. So I would greatly appreciate it if you could lift the 13th cap. The words say we have not because we ask not. So I am asking you all to please lift the 13th cap. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, Tamara Jackson, Denise Young, Valerie Watson, Tierra Clerk, and James Davenport.
Good morning. My name is Tamara Jackson, and I work for Fulton County DFCS as a support worker for our staff. And I appreciate you for hearing me today. And we're asking that y'all lift the 13% cap so we can support not only the families of Fulton County, our families. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Denise Young. Thank you so much for hearing me and also my staff and my leadership today. I am an employee of Department of Family Children Services, and today we are pleading for you to release the 13% cap for the supplement increase. I have been working with DFCS for over 6 years, and I've seen the ups and downs. And what I can say is these individuals that you see before you, they work extremely hard, day and night. Sometimes we work over, and we work really hard to ensure the safety of the children in Fulton County. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Watson, and I work for Fulton County CPS Child Protective Services. I've been with the county for 20+ years. Yes. It's a hard job, but we enjoy it, but we work hard for it. I'm here with my coworkers, my supervisors, and all of us. We just would like for you to please release the cap, the 13% cap. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tiari Kluk. I'm a CPS case manager for Fulton County DFCS, and I'm just here with my coworkers today to advocate for the 13% supplemental pay increase. And I just hope you hear everybody and give us what we're asking for. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me a moment of your time. My name is James Davenport. I am the president and founder of the Hit and Run Help Foundation. I also am a member of Protect the Vote Georgia. You all should recognize that. You've seen us out there at Liberty Plaza for the past 3 years. My apartment was breached over a month ago. Someone is out to kill me. I have asked you all several times to not only provide $1 lift rides for seniors, but to do it for free. I'm a living witness as far as why we need that. Commissioner Rockmar, I left a message on your phone last night. We have a serious problem, and it's MARTA. I was here a couple of months ago when colleague Greenwood set up here with this beautiful presentation. I want to ask each of you, when was the last time you visited a MARTA train station? I doubt if any of you have. The late, great Hosea Williams told us not to vote for MARTA. We will suffer in the end. It is up to you all to tell MARTA, excuse my French, hell no, do not eliminate those bus stops in Southwest Atlanta. You got people like me who needs transportation. My car isn't being repaired right now. We have people who need these bus routes. all you have to do is tell MARTA no. MARTA gets over $500 million of our tax dollars. Why do we keep allowing them to mistreat the public? They did this during the pandemic.
15 seconds.
I was the person who set up the protest. Speaking to Colleague Greenwood, how many of you know that that man was only imported from Canada, from a bus driver? Now he is CEO of MARTA. Something in the milk ain't clean. Thank you.
Last 5 speakers in Assembly Hall: Mario Guardio, Mika Herskin, Tara Kaganzi, Ron Shakir, and Neil Batara.
Hey, Maria Gaudio, Fulton County resident. I did not get to finish my comments last week, and I'm glad Marvin Arrington is here, because I am still very dismayed at the verbal abuse that Commissioner Thorne took from Marvin Arrington and Commissioner Rahman. If you are going to verbally abuse one of your own, then you need to make a formal apology out in public. I looked at the Fulton County website again, and Commissioner Rahman, you have not removed your lying remarks. You were never enrolled in law school. You never had a business. You cannot call yourself the owner of a business when it belongs to a family member and add it to your resume. Yes, you have to sing, you have to hear the music. You know, you can't call yourself a job creator when you've never made out W-2s. You need a DOL number for that. And you can't get that without being registered with the Secretary of State's office. You cannot make these claims to yourself when you hold these positions. There are people here in this room, I'm hearing terrible stories about DFCS and the jails, and last time the stories about the dogs killing children, because everybody on the team has to do their part and has to have the proper qualifications and skill set to make these decisions. And by lying about who you are,
15 seconds.
doesn't help anybody. That's it, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Micah Herskind. I'm a policy associate at the Southern Center for Human Rights. It's nice to see our new commissioners here. We were repeatedly here last fall as the Fulton County Jail was in crisis, and the solution proposed by Sheriff Labatt was to lease 700 beds from the city of Atlanta. We told you then that the lease would not solve the problem, and some of you told us that we didn't care about people inside. Now, as the jail is once more in the news for the violence that it inflicts on the people held there, as more people have died in 2023 after the lease was passed, and as the lease has not solved the problems, we're here again to tell you that the solution is not to build a new jail, but to do what we told you in the fall, which is to depopulate the jail. What we told you in the fall was that from the time the Rice Street Jail was built, it was under lawsuit, including by our organization. Over the past decade, Fulton County has repeatedly looked for new places to put its problems, contracting with counties, with South Fulton, now with the city, and now with other counties. We told you that more bed space would not solve the problem, and that the sheriff wouldn't even have the staff to fill ACDC. And that has played out, as now months later, only 61 people have actually been transferred to ACDC, as we told you. We're back to tell you that the same solutions we shared this past fall remain the real solutions, which is depopulating the jail. To the extent that the problems have to do with the physical state of the current jail, you all should be asking questions about how it has fallen into such disrepair. That is your responsibility. How did it become this way? The answer is not to reward the sheriff who allowed a person to be eaten alive by insects with a new $2 billion jail. The Fulton County Jail was once a new jail, and it quickly became an old jail that was immediately under lawsuit. A new jail is not going to solve these problems. The problems of the Fulton County Jail are problems of neglect and abuse. That is the culture of this sheriff's office.
15
Someone
seconds.
does not get eaten alive by insects by mistake or by oversight. These are management problems. These are overcrowding problems. We shared with you data in the fall showing that there were over 700 people who could be quickly released from the jail. That remains true, and we're here to work with you to depopulate the jail. So please
Thank you.
lean on us, contact us.
Next
We will
speaker.
reach out.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good morning, Ron Chuck here, Southwest Atlanta. Boy, these comments are so powerful, and that's why the people's voice should be heard. The fact that Fulton County, Mr. Pitts, have to say that cutting back public engagement hurts the service that goes to the public, because the citizens have a right, and you can hear what are some of the concerns, and that should be an inviting thing. And to take it away, and I can directly connect it with your leadership, that we cut the times down, the ability to, the young lady come from a different culture. There's a need to hear what people have to say. And if she can find some help that she'd like to do, we should encourage that and not restrict it. Let me say this right here. I came down here because of the concern of MARTA. The fact that Fulton County and the city of Atlanta have been the hand in the resources that have spread MARTA. But for MARTA to consider a streetcar going to Buckhead, or to consider a this other type of streetcar, what other thing they have? Belt line. The line itself with a parking lot for the belt line. This flies in the face of the needs and the citizens who's being impacted by gentrification. The fact is, I had a lady address me one time, what do gentrification mean? And she just heard me say it. And when I explained it to her, you know what she said? That's what happened to me. I'm being displaced. The fact is, when we have citizens come up here and come from neighborhoods that now that the services are being cut back because they voted for it, there was a need for it, and the other side were voting against it because they didn't see it, but they're not, the new people that's coming is not going to even use it. But my real big concern now is
15 seconds.
It's the fact that the DFCS concern have citizens, and I think we need to look at it when we see that the spare that the CAB is spending and the resources that Atlanta's is sending is terrible. And I want to thank you, Ms. Rockman, for your voice, because for somebody to attack you for using your voice is shameful, and we continue to support you.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, Fulton County Commissioners. My name is Neil Butera, Vice President for Specialized Tax Recovery. Our staff over the last 3 years have been working with Fulton County to discover aircraft that have omitted aircraft accounts that have chosen not to pay their fair share of taxes. Starting in 2019, we worked to develop a program with Fulton County Assessor's Office to utilize our technology and our aviation experience to help address non-filing accounts and ultimately create a more uniform taxation process to collect the money owed to the schools and communities of Fulton County. After all, everyone in this room pays their fair share of taxes. Why shouldn't the aircraft owners? The program was approved unanimously by many members of this board in 2021 and again in 2022 on an amendment that we also helped you guys procure. Over the last 2 years, it has been a huge success. STR has added multiple dozen aircraft accounts worth just over $1 billion worth of untaxed fair market values. That fair market values will generate roughly $15.7 million to everyone in this room. Tax dollars that without STR, your county would not have. Even with all that success, we've been rewarded with habitual and consistent late payments and now a termination letter for our work, stating nothing but a lack of funding for the program. Somewhere between 2019 and today, there was a missed internal step that unfairly shifted a burden of funding on a single entity instead of spreading it out over the entire district. It has been proposed that a simple solution would be to put in place a multi-party agreement or an IGA to address that issue, solving the only issue standing in the way of this continue to be successful and productive for your county. I ask today that the board vote no. Do not terminate our contract.
15 seconds.
As terminating now will not forgive already incurred fees of our work, as we have already completed all the way up to 22. 23 and 24 are going to continue to cost you money, and you will not be able to collect with our efforts. We would like to continue to find a solution and work with you to solve this and address it. Thank you.
Thank you. How many more?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 5 speakers on Zoom and 3 email comments.
All right, so it is 11:02. The 30 minutes have expired. We'll take those up at the end of the meeting. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Are we going to the Morehouse item?
Correct.
Okay, on page 8, 230287, request approval of resolution authorizing the county manager and the county attorney to negotiate a medical contract for services agreement between Fulton County and Morehouse School of Medicine to provide health care services.
All right, Dr. Rochelle.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer for Health, Human Services, and Public Works here in Fulton County. On April 12th, Fulton County Morehouse School of Medicine and Ernst & Young presented to you the findings of our study regarding the impact of the closure of the WellStar hospitals in Central and South Fulton. We concluded that the closure of these hospitals exacerbated long-standing issues within the community, specifically the exit of WellStar hospitals in Central and South Fulton, along with the withdrawal of an extensive primary care network, further exacerbated the medically underserved communities in this area and widened the healthcare access gap. In response, Fulton County Morehouse School of Medicine and Ernst & Young created a 5-part solution set to improve healthcare access and add healthcare services. Today, we are here to continue the conversation with a presentation on the first in a series of solutions, specifically a solution to improve healthcare access and add additional capacity. Next slide. The solution that we are presenting today is a partnership between Fulton County and Morehouse Healthcare System with a plan to open a new primary care facility focused in East Point to offset the capacity lost due to the closure of WellStar AMC South. Fulton County and Morehouse Healthcare, which is a clinical arm of Morehouse School of Medicine, seeks to open this clinic in East Point to address the capacity lost within a 90-day period from approval of an agreement. The proposed location is Buggy Works Office Park, which is very close to the AMC South closure, and Morehouse Healthcare has a history of delivering healthcare services in this community. The proposed care site can conceivably provide access to over 150,000 constituents in these underserved zip codes. Specifically, Morehouse will draw on their legacy of healthcare provision and community engagement with a lens toward cultural competence, and Fulton County will offer resource allocation as well as an extensive network of social determinant of health assets. Joining me today is Dr. Tyndall, Dean and Executive Vice President for Health Affairs with Morehouse School of Medicine, who will provide more detail about this proposed primary care access point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rochelle. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you again. And I want to start by letting you all know what a privilege it is to actually be here in partnership. And I deeply believe that these kinds of engagements with academic and healthcare organizations in partnership, and I stress partnership with local county government, is in fact important to the solutions that we want to bring today. If you can draw to the next slide, please. And I think as Dr. Rochelle has said to you, quickly moving from our conversation last week, we wanted to now present you with the solution set that we envision as partnership that will be important in moving the needle when we look at the healthcare inequities that we really talked about last week. And the importance of the primary care site that we are now proposing is really for two purposes. One is that that site was previously occupied by Morehouse School of Medicine as a clinic. Two, it really is well positioned because of where the assets have been previously removed. So this is about a mile away from Wellstar South. And three, as Dr. Rochelle mentioned, within that 30-mile radius in that South Fulton County, there is access to approximately 189,000 citizens within South Fulton County that can have access to the primary care services. And as I had presented to you last time, the importance of the racetrack and the continuum of care, we really want to think about how that clinic setting could really impact community-based programs, but also have an additional offering in terms of the ambulatory and the primary care network, which I think is so important in the solution. If you could move to the next slide. And what I want to, again, focus on, and I think it's important to emphasize this, that we know that the healthcare infrastructure in Fulton County especially is really relatively stressed. We know that a lot of that stress has resulted from the removal of healthcare assets when Wellstar closed their two facilities. But we also knew, if you do recall, that there have been in existence, pre-existing conditions that I think has exacerbated this problem. And what we hope to do with this clinic is to open up not just primary care access, but also to implement other assets within that clinic setting that we hope, that we know actually, will reduce the burden of care to these other facilities, also will improve the healthcare outcomes for our population, and we'll actually argue will also reduce costs because of the potential to reduce unnecessary hospitalizations and also potentially emergency department visits. And so that is really the focus of what we are attempting to do here. Next slide, please. And so what is important here is thinking about the populations that are addressable. And what we wanted to illustrate here is that we define the addressable populations as populations that are within a 30-mile radius, of drive time radius of that facility. And when we actually look at that 30-mile drive time radius within South Fulton County, we can actually see that about 189,000 individuals will be able to access that facility just based upon that drive time radius. And so that's what we actually call the addressable population. And so the idea here is that clinic now can be an additional asset in that area that will allow for the citizens of Fulton County to be able to access services, which is what we are really wanting to ensure that we do in this very first step. And again, we believe that adding not just the primary care assets, but the importance of adding other resources are going to be important in helping to move the needle when we actually look at the disparities that we actually examined in our previous conversation last week. Next slide, please. So the purpose of this, well, we want to really affect a few things. One is we want to ensure that there's seamless access to care. And so this is an emphasis on extended hours. This is an emphasis on ensuring the facility has hours on nights and weekends, typically at times that are more convenient for our citizens who work during the day and may not be able to access primary care resources during the time that they actually work. We want to ensure that we infuse technology too. Okay, telehealth is a very important part of what we do, and we want to make sure that we can actually use every asset that we're working on right now at Morehouse School of Medicine to impact this population. I will also want to point out that there's proximity to public transportation, so there's a MARTA station nearby, which also obviously improves and eases the access. With regards to the care that's actually being delivered there, the one thing that I would actually emphasize is that while primary care and clinicians and providers are obviously central to this process, what is really critical, we all believe, is the wraparound services that are necessary. The addition of behavioral health specialists, other individuals who will assist and support the primary care providers, but also an emphasis in the community health workers and their impact in being able to actually change the healthcare outcomes. And this is going to be, I think, critical to our model. We want to ensure that community health workers are not only present in the clinic setting, but are present throughout our community to help our citizens navigate the healthcare infrastructure, wayfinding, access to appropriate services, supporting moving some of our citizens to funded status even when we think about the care provision that we're doing. And we believe that this is going to be critical to how we actually impact not just the care, but the healthcare outcomes in that facility. Next slide, please. And I wanted to concentrate a little bit on the community health worker issue because for us, again, as I said, the emphasis here is going to be critical. We've always believed, perhaps in the past, that care delivery in terms of just direct care would be important, but we also know that our healthcare workers and our community health workers could impact social and community program navigation. They could actually impact the financial navigation and literacy. They can help with technology adoption. They can help with care plan implementation and navigation. They could help with coordination and navigation of healthcare services. They could better assess social needs of the population, which is what we want to do. And over time, we will be training and deploying more than 100 community health workers in assets across our space to support the care that's actually being delivered here. And we want Buggy Works site, our clinical site, to be that first important site that will actually utilize these resources. Next slide, please. So in doing this work over the last 6 to 7 weeks, we have been sprinting. We have focused very carefully on the model that we want to actually provide. We have had our finance assets look very carefully at the pro forma in terms of the needs, the population and the volume of patients we will likely see, the cost of the wraparound services associated with that, the likely revenue that would actually occur, but also most importantly, the subsidy and the cost that will actually be incurred in this model. Now, in any other type of clinic like this, especially because of the needs, we know that there's going to be a subsidy. And after actually looking at this for a good 4 or 5 or 6 weeks, we now have come to a sense with a high degree of confidence in terms of what those numbers will look like. We know that in order to establish the clinic, both in terms of CapEx and other assets for that first year, it will cost approximately $5 million. We do know that in ongoing years, we would actually need a subsidy to support the clinic operations of about $2.5 million per year. Now, in saying that, I want to be very clear that when we look at the pro forma and we look at what is going to be going on in the out years, we have an intention and a strategy to reduce that subsidy over time. If we are able to focus on important let's say, value-based contracts that actually can impact that. I dare say that Medicaid expansion will also obviously help with this, but I will say also that when we think about taking patients from being non-funded to funded, when we think about how we actually will embrace values-based contracts or look at other models as we actually begin to develop this clinic model and our volume grows, we are going to have a key interest and focus in reducing the subsidy over time. Now, I will also say to you that this is the first step in what we hope are going to be a series of steps to help to focus on how we can actually deliver better care in the Fulton County area. We also know very specifically that in this situation and circumstance, what we're hoping to do is to add assets. This is an and. We know that there are other assets in location, but we also know that that cannot be done alone, and there are not enough assets in location to be able to impact the care that we desire and the outcomes that we desire. So this is the first in a series of steps that we will take to do this. But the importance of the Buggy Works site and the clinical site is that this is the now. This is how we can actually create a solution now
that will work quickly, that we can set up expeditiously within 90 days of go. We can get this clinic up and running to be able to service the citizens of South Fulton County especially. Next slide, please. And so let me end my part of this by simply saying that this kind of collaboration is so important. This kind of support and I would say this relationship that we have with Fulton County in helping to create solutions for healthcare for our citizens, I think is key. It is a model for how we should actually be doing business in healthcare, I think, in the future. And it's really been a privilege to be in this 6 to 7 week sprint with the Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Tyndall. So in conclusion, as we've both shared, Fulton County, Morehouse School of Medicine, and EY created a 5-part solution set to close the gap related to healthcare access in the impacted communities. Today, this is the first of many initiatives, and the next steps are to work with Morehouse School of Medicine and Morehouse Healthcare to confirm our assumptions and theirs on expenses, patient volumes, subsidies, and to really establish performance metrics. We also will complete a partnership agreement, and we will present a final agreement for board consideration at an upcoming meeting. We will also have stakeholder engagement, stakeholder briefings, and an extensive plan to communicate our efforts to the public. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation on the first initiative to improve healthcare access, close the healthcare access gap, and add additional services to the community.
All right, thank you for the presentation. On our screen, it says request approval, but I thought that you read that this would be to authorize negotiations, so which is it?
That was the revision.
So what's before us?
Before you is to request the authorization of
All right, so what's on the screen is not correct. So we're not approving this today, it's to authorize negotiations. Is that
Yes.
correct? Is that your understanding of Dr.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rochelle?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but from the point of view of the numbers, Dr. Tyndall, I'm going to quote you now. You said you have a high degree of confidence in the numbers, which means, from my interpretation of that, the numbers are what they are. And that, I guess, during this next 2 weeks, because I want to resolve this matter once and for all at our next meeting, if that's the will of the board. But their numbers are their numbers. So if we're going to massage them and maybe shave something off in the meantime, but we have what I think seems to be a solid range here, and again, a high degree of confidence in your numbers. Those are your words, not my words.
That is correct, Chairman Pitts. We have a very sophisticated model that has looked at this. We have looked at this for the last 6 weeks with experts in the area of finance and healthcare finance. We know these numbers backwards and forwards. We know what it takes to do this, and these numbers I stand by.
Okay. So there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, and the lineup for speakers is as follows. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just want to say I also stand by your leadership in wanting to resolve this as quick as possible. This is a serious issue for my district as well as several of my colleagues. And I think it should be treated as a serious issue that needs a resolve, at least a start. And so thank you for putting that out there. Dean, not that you have to do it, but for our listening audience, could you just please give some of your credentials? This information is very good information. It's information that I already knew, but some of it you did, especially with how the role of the CHWs in MHC Buggy Works care model. I do appreciate that, but can you just give me some of your credentials as to why this report is not only a very good report, but it's one that answers the needs of the constituents that I represent. Can you we don't have all day, but just a few of your credentials, please, sir.
I will assure you will not take all day. So let me start by first saying that I'm a frontline physician and clinician. I'm an emergency physician. I practiced during the pandemic. And for 27 years, I've been in the emergency department setting, not only teaching, but doing also clinical work and really understanding the needs of the population from the perspective of when things do not go right, they end up in the emergency department. I have a Master's of Public Health from Columbia University in Health Policy and Management. And this has really been, for me, and for many years, for decades, I would say, a passion regarding public health. Don't hold it against me, but I spent 15 years at the University of Florida, where I chaired academic emergency medicine. I was also the dean of the School of Medicine there for about 3 years. And there we had the largest multi-specialty group practice actually in the state of Florida that I oversaw for the last 3 years before coming here to the Morehouse School of Medicine. But I will say to you that my passion is about healthcare outcomes because for 27 years I've seen what needs to happen from the perspective of a clinician in the emergency department. There's nothing, I think, more potent to understand what you can do differently, okay, and how you can perhaps change some of what we actually, I know we can impact by these kinds of really incredibly important initiatives. So I hope that is sufficient for you.
It is. I'm well aware of your credentials. I'm well aware of your passion. But I think it's important for the listening audience to know when you all bring this information forward, this is real information for my community. Just like Wells Star saw a need to put $12 million in North Fulton County for their oncology, they were meeting the needs of the community, I would say. For somebody who doesn't live in North Fulton, don't get services in North Fulton. But I would make the assumption that when you put $12 million for a cancer center to improve the services, I would think that will be a resource that is well needed. Now, I say that to you because this report and what I know as the sitting commissioner of District 6, there is a healthcare desert in my district. One of the highest zip codes that has 0, and that's critical, is 30311. Would you not agree with that statement? 30311, for those that would like to know more information about my life, 30311 is the zip code in which I reside. And so this affects me, it affects my neighbors, it affects my constituents, it affects quite a few people that look like me. And so what I say to you is I take this report very seriously because I've lived it. And I appreciate the leadership of the chairman and of my colleagues and the county manager in making sure that the public know that Fulton County is trying to resolve this issue. And this is where we start with it. In closing, for those of you that don't know this, I think it would be apropos at this time for me to say this, Chairman, with all due respect. The definition of white privilege is the set of social and economic advantages that white people have by virtue of their race in a culture. They may not necessarily ask for it. It does not negate their struggle or invalidate any other hardship, but there are individual circumstances that are subtle or direct, that by virtue of your skin, you are privileged to get it. So white privilege is in the dictionary. So I will say to you here again, if you are offended by me saying white privilege, you may need to talk to all of the authors of the dictionaries. And on that ending note, you have a better chance of voting for me as the swimsuit model for 2023 than getting an apology for me being passionate for my community. I'm gonna always fight for those, whether they live in my district or outside of my district, when they are marginalized and they are the less of these. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, just a minute. All right, Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you guys for a really informative presentation and for all the work that you've been doing leading up to this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your urgency on this. I agree with you that we need to get it done as quickly as possible. And my buddy, Commissioner Abdurrahman, you know, I stand with you and the people of District 6. I truly believe that any healthcare inequity in any part of the county is an issue for all of us as commissioners. That we should not really be satisfied until everyone in the county is getting the health care that they need. And this is a big step in the right direction towards that. I have a couple of quick questions. First of all, just to confirm, you talked about the radius around Buggy Works, and I think I heard 30 miles and 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes drive time, correct?
Yes, 30-minute drive time, yes.
Just wanted to confirm, because 30 miles is far.
Yes.
And in Atlanta traffic, that's like a 3-hour drive.
No, 30 minutes, thank you.
I also wanted to just ask about how the community will be made aware of the Buggy Works facility and of the services there. 90 days is a really quick turnaround. And I know there are a lot of people in the district and in that 30-minute drive radius that just feel like there is nowhere to go right now. Maybe don't read the paper every day. So I'm just wondering, and I hate to use the word marketing because it sounds fluffy, but I'm just wondering what the plan is to sort of get the word out to the community that this will be happening and when the opening date is and what services will be there.
So I will do two things. One is I'll obviously look at my partner, Dr. Rochelle, on this because we will do this together. You know, it is important, obviously, to let the community know about the assets that will be available and when those assets will be available. I appreciate Mr. Chairman's sense of urgency around it because every day that passes, we continue to sort of kick the can down the road. And so I think that in the interest of time and the sense of urgency is extraordinarily important. But I will say this, that once we have the green light to move, there will be a series of steps that will be kicked in, including the communication and marketing plan that will have to happen, I think, in concert with the county to ensure that the citizens understand not just where we will be located, but the assets and what to expect. So I think all of that is certainly must be part of the operational plan. And Dr. Rochelle, perhaps.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Barrett, throughout this process, we have brought along a community engagement strategy. It started with outreach to residents to get their input and to hear their voice as we work through these several weeks. And so we will continue to work with our own stellar external affairs team and the Morehouse School of Medicine and Morehouse Healthcare assets to leverage our Fulton County assets as well as those in partnership with Morehouse. So we will be sharing a series of graphics and other messaging that we certainly would appreciate and know that the board will support us in communicating this message.
Thank you for that. On the healthcare outcomes side, what is the plan to sort of measure the success of the Buggy Works facility?
I think that's an excellent question. And one of the things that I wanted to mention as we think about evidence-based medicine, I want to perhaps have you think about accountable medicine. because from my perspective, this is how we account for our performance, not just to the county and to the commissioners, but also to the public. Now, in primary care, there are usually a standard set of measures and outcomes. HEDIS measures, CMS also have a lot of other performance metrics that focus on very specific areas of outcomes in primary care, whether it's monitoring blood pressure or hemoglobin A1C or any one of those individuals. We have a standard set of metrics that we will actually look at. But in measuring the health and the health outcomes of our population, one is that those are quality measures that every primary clinic is supposed to look at. But I also dare say that we want to also understand patient-reported outcomes. We want to engage with our community to understand their needs and to also understand whether their needs are being impacted or being met. The other really important asset at Morehouse School of Medicine, I would say, is our Prevention Research Center. We have probably one of the most mature such centers anywhere across the United States. And we're going to use those assets to better understand the healthcare outcomes and how those healthcare outcomes are changing by directly engaging with our community. And so those patient-reported outcomes are going to be very critical in understanding how we're doing and what we need to adjust in the process of not just developing but expanding this enterprise.
And I think another important component here for the metrics is really overlaying the community health rankings that we have specifically for Fulton County and customizing the performance metrics to really address what we see in those healthcare rankings to make a move there.
Yep. And I would say that the questions have been asked of me are life expectancy takes a long time to change, right? But obviously, there are going to be subcomponents to that when we look at mortality rates, subcomponents to that when we look at very specific clinical indicators of outcomes that we're going to be tracking all along this process. And our Prevention Research Center and our researchers and our Center for Primary Care at Morehouse School of Medicine will all be engaged in ensuring that we monitor outcomes and we adjust what we need to do for the needs of the community.
On the last page, when you talk about next step and you talk about confirming assumptions on the various things, one of them is patient volumes. And so I'm just wondering what the assumption on patient volume actually is going into this.
So I just want to suggest to you that this is scalable. In any model like this, in the present model we're looking at, we are assuming that we'll be able to see up to 17,000 patients on an annual basis. But as I said, this is a first step. This is a first step in a series of steps that we hope to actually move towards that will actually have greater and broader impact. But the model is scalable because if we find that the demand is there, we add more practitioners, we open more rooms, we have the space at Buggy Works in order to be able to scale as needed. And so we want to be responsive to the community. But the model, to answer your question, is based upon that volume approximately.
Yeah, I was asking that in particular because I know this is phase one. You've already mentioned that we're looking at potentially doing additional things as part of this partnership with Morehouse. And so I was just sort of interested in sort of phase one, how many do we think we're going to be able to serve? And when you come back to us, obviously, hopefully as we pass this and move on down the road, that we will see decreasing wait times in the surrounding ERs and things like that in the metrics because of the number of people we're able to serve. And I think to your point, Doctor, to meet people where they live with primary care and maybe just reduce visits to the ER. And again, I know that's a long-term thing, but to at least start to address that. I just want to say I'm really excited. Chairman, you and I spoke about this partnership with Morehouse. I think having a university like Morehouse who lives in the community, be the partner with us and be the provider is just brilliant. I just think it's the perfect solution as we start to move forward. The idea of having someone come in from the outside, while maybe they could provide, just would not have the same understanding of the community. So I'm so glad that Morehouse wants to partner with us on this, and I look forward to moving this forward. And lastly, when it comes to the $4 to $5 million initial investment, I just want to point out, and Dr. Rochelle, you and I talked about this a couple months ago, that when I asked for a $5 million reserve, a healthcare reserve in the 2023 budget, which was approved by the board, that this is exactly what I was reserving it for. I didn't know that this was the shape it was going to take, but I am thrilled that it's a partnership with Morehouse and that it can be done, at least this first step, in 90 days. So thank you all for your efforts on this, and that's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, boy, I'm loving this right now. Upon Wellstar closing, of course, you know I received many calls because both Wellstars are located in my district. And one of the most important calls that I received was from Dr. Bernice King. And she urged me to meet with Morehouse School of Medicine because she knew back then that this was a school that could step up and do the work that the community needed. And upon her urging, I did just that in speaking to Morehouse School of Medicine. But what I did not know is that my district lines would be changed. And as I look at this, I see that Buggy Works is actually in my new district as of January 2023, and I'm so proud of that. And Morehouse School of Medicine has always been in my district, and it remains in my district, even with the new district lines being redrawn. So all of the surrounding neighborhoods that need this type of care will finally get what they need. And Mr. Chair, I would like to ask you if you would add me as a co-sponsor to this, because I feel like we have both worked in concert to make this happen. But even bigger than that, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to vote on this right now to get it going, to open the center. Forget all of this planning and what are we doing? What does it say we're doing? Recommending and all. Let's do it. You know, we are blessed to be a blessing to others. And I believe we don't have to fight because God blessed us to have these positions as commissioners right here with the power and authority of the pen and our approval to make things happen. So all we need to do is make it happen. Do what we need to do. And today is exactly that. We are doing what we need to do to address a long-term issue in the community. Access to health care has been an issue for years. And I always think about my late boss, Joan Garner, because when she first found out that she had cancer, she also found out personally how so many people do not have access that they need to keep them alive. And she began her fight at that very moment when she realized she was getting special treatment, getting into her doctor's appointments, into getting her chemo, her radiation, while others sat by the wayside and couldn't even get a call back. So this is near and dear to my heart. And Mr. Chair, I'm definitely in favor of this and anything else we can do to get this going quickly. And I just want to let you know, as a commissioner, I always take information into the community. This community that I've been added to as of January is not new to me. I served it as chief of staff when I was working with the late Commissioner Joan Garner. And so they are all saying, welcome home to me, and I'm saying, yeah, I'm coming home. And so I will share information and help you ensure that the constituents know about what we're doing here, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you're going to add me as co-sponsor? All right, thank you.
Okay. I was prepared to move forward today because it is important, and the numbers are what they are. That being said, though, their numbers aren't going to change substantially, but the manager and others wanted an opportunity to look at them one more time, as I understand it. But that look, though, we're going to take action If we do not do it today, when is our next meeting? On the 3rd?
Yes, sir, but I think if the will is to move forward, I mean, generally, we're on the opposite side of this equation. We're trying to get you to do something that we think we fully vetted, and you have more questions. This may just be the polar opposite, which I don't think is problematic. In fact, I think in the spirit of
Well, I'll
moving
make the
forward,
motion.
Second.
we're certainly
All
prepared
right,
to do so.
substitute motion. The motion on the floor is to authorize further negotiations with the Morehouse School of Medicine. Now, there's a substitute motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, which will be to approve the resolution authorizing an agreement between Fulton County and Morehouse School of Medicine for the provision of healthcare services for Central and South Fulton County. So that will be the substitute motion on the floor. Commissioner Thorne, Commissioner Arrington, and back to Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, both of you, for working on this because, I mean, it's a serious problem. I've had some communications with people in your districts in the South trying to have communication, but, you know, we just got this presented at our desk as we sat down here, so I feel a bit unprepared, and a lot of it was presented to us in executive session, so we couldn't talk about it with others. And I thank you, Dr. Rochelle, for all the conversations that we've had this week, but we didn't know what we were going to be presented with today. So I feel completely unprepared because I have a lot of questions, and the fact that I'm not a healthcare expert in any way, shape, or form. And I would love to have sit-down conversations and understand some things better with people that do have that experience, like you, Dr. Tyndall. You got quite a resume. It's so impressive. Some of the things that I'm just kind of a little need to get answers on is, are we addressing the health desert or the health disparities? Because Buggy Works does not, you didn't include it in this presentation, but in our last presentation that we had last time, Buggy Works doesn't fall within the health desert. And so, but I understand that this is hoping it's falling in a health disparity area to help get access there. And then we're going to expand these, or can you talk about the second steps and how we're going to get a, because some people called me and said, oh, we're getting a hospital. I heard we're getting a hospital. I'm like, well, no, not quite yet. There's multiple steps involved.
Well, let me just, if I may, comment on this. First of all, the importance of Buggy Works for us was a sense of urgency. We know that this is an asset that's already in place, that we can actually bring up quickly and efficiently, and we could move very quickly within 90 days. That will not be the case if we were to look at other assets that we'll have to build or pull together. And so from my perspective, it really was responding to the sense of urgency of what's really needed now. And I think that's really the critical point. The second point I want to make is that you know, the issue around the 30-minute radius and the addressable populations and the issue of adjacency to public transportation really is important. And we want to make sure that while we cannot address all of the desert all at once, we can't boil the ocean, we need to take one very important and definitive step in getting to that place. And that's really what Buggy Works is about. And so it's responding to that sense of urgency. It's knowing what that addressable population is. And it is really, in some ways, addressing the healthcare desert, but also addressing the health disparities that are there that need to be addressed. Okay. To answer the second part of your question, I will say that this is one step. We know that there are already assets on location that are seeing patients and have primary care outcomes. We want to be the and. We want to add to those assets, and we want to continue to build. This is an important opportunity to think about how we are able to build from the context of what our community needs. And this has really, I think, been the driving force and my passion behind all of this, and I will say our passion, collective passion behind this. This is a unique opportunity to simply say, we know what the disparities and the outcomes are today. We have a sense, speaking to our own citizens through our community engagement, what their needs are. and we could build what our community needs now. So this is step one. We can't boil the ocean. We can't take care of all of these issues in one step. So very clearly, there are going to have to be future steps in the coming weeks to months as we begin to plan out what this looks like. So that's what I will probably make statement about. It is important, and we've really, having looked at the entire healthcare landscape, have a sense of what probably needs to come next. But I think the focus for me right now is to execute on the now because of the sense of urgency.
And let me just add, as we talked about the location, we are completely aligned on the fact that this gives us an opportunity to be responsive immediately. We've had extensive conversations about accessibility to the access. And so accessibility to the access comes into play with the public transportation, with a 30-minute drive time. So we most certainly are aware of the location and how it plays into that circle of the healthcare desert that we presented. But we believe that this solution will provide access to not only the healthcare desert, which is federally designated as medically underserved, as well as East Point, which is federally designated as medically underserved. So we are really confident that this is the right next step.
So, thank you for that. That was, I love the fact that it's close to a MARTA station. One thing you guys partner, Morehouse currently partners with Grady, correct?
Of course.
And working with Grady, are you able to fulfill all your obligations for staffing with Grady as it is right now?
Well, let me be very clear that first of all, our partnership with Grady is important, it's historical, and they're really very important. Our Grady Hospital, Morehouse School of Medicine, for the purposes of providing our inpatient care services and for our teaching and education mission. There's no more important partnership to Morehouse School of Medicine than Grady, given where we are right now. But I want to really, I would say, make a distinction here, because this focus is really on the ambulatory care assets. And this, all along, the initial clinic that was at Buggy Works before was a Morehouse Healthcare initiative. So we have a strong partnership with Grady. We'll continue to do so. But that focus is really for inpatient care and inpatient assets. We continue to grow and develop this. This is distinct. This is really focused on the primary care network, which is a very distinct vision and operation that we actually have with Morehouse Healthcare and Morehouse School of Medicine.
But are you able to fulfill your current obligations that you have with Grady?
We are, and so let me just say it this way. We're constantly looking to recruit, folks. I am right now in the middle of recruiting a chair of surgery for Morehouse School of Medicine. Just like our partners, Emory, we both are working towards fulfilling those needs in partnership. We both, as institutions, have work to do with Grady Hospital. Mm-hmm. We both engage in fulfilling those needs. And so we are working lockstep in partnership to fulfill those needs at Grady Hospital together.
So you're trying to recruit more?
Oh, we continue to do that. We continue to do that with WellStar's closure as an example. Both Emory and Morehouse School of Medicine were able to recruit surgeons and other individuals who really had nowhere else to go and wanted to stay and maintain their work in Atlanta. So we were both involved in that. So I want to make sure that you understand that, and I know you do, that Grady is an important partner. They're an important partner for both Morehouse School of Medicine and also for Emory, and we continue to focus on fulfilling the needs at Grady Hospital. This implementation and this plan and this partnership we have is an and to that. It is the additional resources that we believe is needed in order to improve healthcare in South Fulton County.
And let me just add, one of the other strengths of our partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine is their extensive network of physicians that they have personally, or their institution has trained. And so they have access to this vast network of physicians who want to come back to communities of color. and provide health care. So that is a unique component of this partnership that was very compelling and intriguing, and it's definitely a strength that they bring.
So Grady is opening 2 to 4 clinics. Do you know the locations of those clinics? Are they right next to Buggy Works? Or
So we have had conversations with Grady about their proposed clinics. We, prior to this meeting today, did reach out to them about what we could disclose about them, and they asked us not to share any details.
okay.
But we are aware of them.
Because I know 2 of the clinics are going to be in South Fulton, which is great. But I was thinking, why doesn't Morehouse put their name on the clinic, those 2 clinics, and then put by Grady underneath or something? Why don't we keep that partnership going? Because for me, I've got to look at the cost. We have it budgeted right now. We have the cost. That's great. But going in the future, if we're looking at $15 million in 5 years for this one clinic and expanding to multiple clinics, where then we're looking at 45, 50 million, and that's just the step process. So for me, we've got a jail that Sheriff Labatt's going to be down here later today asking for 8+ more million. So for me, as being responsive to the taxpayers, I look at it, my kids, I have 4 kids that right now are young professionals, and my daughter looked at buying a house in your district, now Commissioner Hall, and she's like, Mom, the taxes are going to be like $800. So she chose to buy a house in another state, in another city, because the taxes on the same house were only going to be $200 a month. So we look at our millage rate right now at 8.8, and we're talking about raising it up to 12 to 15 to accommodate the jail and the spending we have going on now. So to increase and develop a new program just seems like a lot right now, that I need time to kind of look at what's the benefit going to be? Because right now we spend $3.7 million on services we're required to have. This is a service that we're not required to have. We spend $5.22 million on unmandated services. So for me, I got to look out for the best of all of Fulton County, the entire Fulton County, and I got to look at the taxpayer that might get priced out of their home because we're going to be raising their taxes so high they're not going to be able to afford $1,000 a month, $1,500 a month in taxes.
So let me, I think, address this head-on, which I think is really important. What the data has shown is we don't have enough of the right assets in place to create the health care outcomes that we actually need. I want to make sure, too, that we understand that I've not said or suggested at all that the addition of clinics will result in a multiplier in terms of the actual subsidy that's needed. Matter of fact, I want to emphasize that we'll be focused over time on smartly reducing the subsidy that's needed. But let me emphasize this, which is really important. It's not only about improving healthcare outcomes for the population in need, it's also about reducing costs in the system. Because when patients have timely and effective access to care, which also includes cultural humility and a level of engagement that we believe we have, it will result in several things. One is the reduction of potentially avoidable emergency department visits and hospitalizations. One of the things we don't always think in the calculus is when we actually implement these kinds of solutions, what is the downstream impact in terms of cost reduction when we think about the reduction of hospitalizations and the unneeded visits in acute care settings? And I think that's really the key here to understand. It is very clear from the data that we do not have enough assets. So this is an and. We want to be part of the solution. The partnership here, I think, is an important part of the solution. But also, our citizens should have choice in terms of where to go and how they should receive their care. And we believe that we are presenting an important asset, an important opportunity to do something different than simply putting a primary care clinic and clinical providers in place. We understand that in order to achieve the healthcare outcomes that we seek, we need to do much more than that. Why we're putting into place the community health workers, why we're putting into place all the assets of Morehouse School of Medicine, our Prevention Research Center, our National Center for Primary Care that does work all across the nation, that we should be focusing here in South Fulton County. This is the kind of opportunity that anyone will come to Georgia to be part of, and that's what we need to do. But the calculus here is twofold. One is in the operations of this clinic, a focus on reducing the subsidy, but also remember that we want to reduce the need for acute care, admissions and hospitalizations, ultimately reducing costs. This is not necessarily the calculus that we actually think about in these conversations. I want to emphasize that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I understand also a plus with this clinic is that it's going to be 24 hours a day operation, 7 days a week, correct?
No, we didn't say 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, that's more like an emergency department. There will be extended hours and there will be evening hours for sure. And we will flex that as needed by the demand. But what we do know we need to do is to ensure that there is absolute access to care beyond what we typically see in a 9 to 5 p.m. operation. And we intend to do that during the week and also on weekends.
Yeah, I would just, I appreciate and thank you for all this work. Because I'm just getting a thing that the Grady East Point Clinic is directly across the street from the new Morehouse site.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, and it has been there. And again, as I said, it's an and. We recognize that even with the clinic presence there, we still have outcomes that we do not want to see. And so our intent, again, is to add to the infrastructure in the community that will open up the opportunity, improve outcomes. And from my perspective as an emergency department physician, not seeing patients unnecessarily come to the emergency department for care they do not need there and preventing unneeded hospitalizations, that is the key. We do not have enough of these kinds of infrastructures in our community that provide the kind of timely, efficient, and cultural humility in the care that I think is really important and the care that I think that the citizens of South Fulton County actually deserve.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. I appreciate it all because, you know, we're really ushering in a socialized medicine type system down here. And I need to kind of be able to talk as to why we're raising our taxes to accommodate the spending, or can we make cuts? Or are we going to look at making possible some cuts in other areas? There's just a lot of questions I still have. And the fact that I just get this as I'm sitting down for the meeting, I haven't even had really time to digest it.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond very quickly.
Commissioner, just a minute, Commissioner Arrington, please. Commissioner Arrington, order. Dean, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. I want to be very clear that the work that we're doing is to impact outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
This is work that's actually, that people are trying to do in other states across the country. It's important to improve the health of our citizens. And I think that's the key point. And this is something that's done everywhere.
Commissioner
Thank
Arrington.
you.
Commissioner Arrington.
No, I can't. I'm just saying.
Commissioner Arrington, order. Commissioner Arrington, please. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I'm just saying I haven't had time to really study, and I haven't had time to really even talk to people, to Grady Hospital, and I'm not knowledgeable in anything. So I appreciate this discussion here.
That's okay.
And I just need to learn
Commissioner
more,
Abdul-Rahman, please.
and that's,
She has the floor.
no, I appreciate it, thank you.
Just a minute. Commissioner Thorne has the floor.
I just need to learn more because I learned a lot in executive session, but then I couldn't talk to anybody except for you guys. And I appreciate it now that we're having this discussion. A lot more is open. Now we can get the public to chime in and talk about it as well. And so I'm thankful that we aren't having to vote right away on this. But I appreciate you coming down here, and I appreciate all the work you're doing, and I really hope that we can find a solution. And that works well for you and as well as Grady, our great partners. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Arrington?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand the distinction between the underlying motion and the substitute motion. We got an agenda item that said resolution, approval of a resolution authorizing an agreement between Fulton County and Morehouse School of Medicine for the provision of healthcare services for Central and South Fulton.
Correct.
That was amended via this paper that we got today that says a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners authorizing the county manager and the county attorney to negotiate a medical contract for services agreement between Fulton County, Georgia and Morehouse School of Medicine to provide healthcare services through its clinical arm, Morehouse Healthcare in Central and South Fulton County, directing the county manager to present the agreement to the Board of Commissioners for consideration at the next available meeting and for other purposes. And so now there's a substitute motion. Help me understand the difference between the substitute motion and what's on the agenda.
Well, the substitute motion, well, the original motion that came out with the agenda was requesting approval, which what we'd hoped, that I had hoped rather, that we would do today.
Approval of what, sir?
The agreement between Fulton County and Morehouse School of Medicine.
There is an agreement?
We're working on an agreement. All of that's
Wait. You can't approve an agreement until it exists, which is why it was amended to say the negotiation, right? So we can't approve an agreement until the agreement exists. So I don't understand. What is the substitute motion and what are the differences between the amended item and the substitute motion?
The substitute motion goes back to the original, which was request approval of the resolution, which authorizes the agreement. Is that not correct, Madam County Attorney?
That is correct. The substitute motion is to revert to the original language that was published with the agenda.
What is the difference? So we're going to enter into an agreement without any negotiations? I don't understand. What is the difference? What are y'all talking about? Is this bizarro world? You can't enter into an agreement without doing negotiations. So what is the difference between the agenda items? Someone, anyone, Bueller.
Negotiations have been going on for the past couple of weeks, 2 or 3 days. Is that not correct, Mr. Manager?
For the last 2 or 3 days?
On the specifics, including the pro forma.
Well, let me think about how to answer that. We have been not negotiating, but rather conferring with one another about this proposal. What's on the screen are the next steps, to Commissioner Arrington, to answer your question, as to what was proposed as next steps today. So as you can look through that, it says confirm the assumptions, complete an agreement, present an MOU at the next board meeting, and then hold stakeholder and public communication meetings. What I think the difference then was that there was, during the conversation was, why not go ahead and advance this and move forward in advance of completing those steps. So that's the difference, if you will, between what was on the agenda originally, which did not contemplate these steps, where we came to yesterday as a group, both Morehouse and Fulton County, and then the substitute agenda that got prepared and presented. Now there's a substitute agenda item or a different motion going effectively back to the original assumption that an action would be taken today.
So basically you would be removing the first point, no longer confirming assumptions on patient values, expenses, and subsidies, and establishing performance metrics. That would be, because you still got to complete a partnership agreement, right?
Yes, sir.
We still have to present a memorandum of understanding and execution plan to the Board of Commissioners, correct?
Yes, sir.
Still have to hold stakeholder briefings and communicate a plan to the public.
Yes, sir.
So basically, the substituted motion is to remove the first line of confirming assumptions on patient volumes, expenses, and subsidies, and establish performance metrics.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for articulating that in a matter that is consumable. I frankly don't see much of a difference, but I'm glad that we are having this discussion. I'm glad that we have the people here that have made this presentation. Adequate capacity. Adequate capacity. The idea that someone would not want us to have more than one health facility in South Fulton is befuddling to me. Oh, there's one across the street. You can't have two. You can't have two health facilities in South Fulton. No, that doesn't make any sense. What I would suggest is, though, however, as we continue with the plan, and I don't know if we're just completely removing number one, or if number one will still be done just in a different order. But I think we need to also involve the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority in these talks as far as communicating our plan to the public, as far as holding stakeholder briefings. I think we also need to talk to the city of East Point. Like, we don't need to be relying solely on our external affairs team. Certainly, we're going to need to rely on our external affairs team, but there are other cities that have external affairs teams like East Point, College Park, Hapeville, that can also communicate this to their constituencies. And so we need to make sure that we have that as part of the plan. We do not need to spend any time trying to pander to someone that's going to vote against this, that doesn't want health care in South Fulton. We should not spend not 1 second wasting any time for an obstructionist that doesn't have adequate capacity.
Point of order.
Not 1 second. Not 1 second.
All right, what's your point of order, Commissioner Thorne?
Commissioner Arrington is out of order by the rules of decorum.
Madam, I will always be out of order whenever you come
Just a
in here
minute,
with that
please.
foolishness.
Commissioners, please.
I will always be out of order.
Commissioners, please. All right, Commissioner Barrett.
No, for
sorry,
the
I
rules
have
of
the floor.
decorum, I had a point of order
What is your point of order?
that the commissioner is violating the rules of decorum
Well,
by making.
Do
remarks.
something about it.
Commissioner, please, Commissioner.
Do something about it.
Commissioner Arrington, please. What's your point of order, Commissioner Thorne?
He's in violation of section 101-682. If a commissioner believes another member has violated a particular rule of decorum, he or she, upon recognition by the chair, may raise a point of order. And I believe that he is making defamatory statements about me in the public.
Okay, I don't believe that the statement was defamatory, so I'll rule that point of order out of order. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask if I could be a co-sponsor on the resolution. Thank you. Also, I want to make a note for the public that, in fact, this particular project at Buggy Works will not cause us to raise taxes. We have a $5 million healthcare reserve that we set aside in the 2023 budget exactly for this purpose. And the additional $2 to $2.5 million that's been discussed to support this on an ongoing basis is less than 0.2% of our annual $1.3-ish billion budget. And so that 0.2% is not going to cause us to raise taxes. We will be able to move things around such that we can support this project going forward without raising taxes. So I just want to be really, really clear about that. As it relates to the motions and the substitute motions, I'm also a little bit confused, I have to say, because I spoke with our county manager yesterday, and my understanding, and I think my feeling at the time was, I'm 100% down with moving forward on this. That said, without seeing the actual agreement and having it finalized, I'm not quite sure how we approve either a resolution that we haven't read yet or an agreement that we haven't read yet. So what I guess my question is to you all is, if we don't, if you are waiting until the next meeting, which I believe is May 3rd, 4th, I don't know, it's soon, it's in a couple of weeks, will that slow down the process of getting this clinic open?
So thank you, Commissioner Barrett, for that question. We have full intent to continue moving forward as if we are preparing to open this clinic together in partnership. So it will not slow down the work of this group. We will bring back in a complete agreement form all of the information about the financial assumptions, patient volumes, and metrics. But no, it will not hinder the progress that we will continue to make as we move this initiative forward.
So I'm not 100% sure how we move forward with the two motions. Again,
No, there's only, just a minute, just there's only
Well-
one motion on the floor, which is to request to approve the resolution authorizing the agreement between Fulton County and Morehouse. That's what's.
the
before us.
resolution authorizing the agreement,
That's correct.
but not the agreement itself. Okay, just making sure I understand. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Point of order before I begin my comments. I'd like to be a co-sponsor as well. Okay. And I just want to call the question.
All right. Motion to call the question by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Now, on the motion before us, which is to approve the resolution authorizing the agreement between Fulton County and the Morehouse School of Medicine, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Back on page 5.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we need to move 23-0284 up on the agenda from page
7.
yeah.
Page 7.
Yes, page 7, so that the DFCS workers can get back to work. They're still waiting on that agenda item, so I'd like for us to go ahead and move that up right now.
All right, in the absence of any objection, we will take on page number 7, 23-0284 at this time. Sound that, Commissioner. Any objections? All right, Commissioner, strike that. Madam Clerk, would you sound that, please?
Request approval for resolution amending Resolution 18840 to remove the limitation that the amount dedicated to salary supplements for employees of the Fulton County Department of Family and Children Services be more than 13% of the total approved budget for the Fulton County Department of Family and Children Services in any given year and for other purposes.
All right, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Well, Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to say that it is my honor to sponsor this resolution, but I must give recognition to the person who really made this happen, and I'm hoping that she's still here. Her name is Lydia Meredith, and she is my appointee to that DFCS board. She brought this to my attention, and once she did, she never stopped fighting. She never stopped working behind the scenes with me and my chief of staff, Anita Harris, and the county attorney's office, and she saw this all the way through to it being on this agenda today. And I just want to thank her. She keeps thanking me, but I wouldn't know about it if she didn't bring it to me. So I hope that we can get a favorable vote, because as Dr. Tolliver said when she spoke earlier today, these are some hard-working people. And when I looked at the report on how much they make, they classify as the working poor. That's not a living wage. I'm surprised many of you are not on some of the government assistance that the people you serve are on.
All right, just a minute, please.
So I'm hoping that my colleagues, and I just know in my heart of hearts that my colleagues support removing this ceiling. Like it was said earlier, it will not cost us anything in addition. Dr. Tolliver explained that for everyone to understand. So thank you in advance for your favorable vote.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Now, Madam CFO, is that a correct statement that the money for this is included in their current budget? Is that accurate?
That's what I understood was stated at the podium, that they plan to use resources from another line item within their budget to allow them to increase the salary supplements.
It is in their budget?
Yes, sir.
That's the answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Abdu-Rockman, Commissioner Thorne, and Commissioner Barrett.
Commissioner Hall, I would like to co-sponsor this, and also I would like to speak to your leadership on this, because better late than never, because this should have already been done. At the end of the day, you all are always thrown up under the bus. Whenever we see something on the news, the hard work, the endless hours, and just the dedication, because it's in your heart, it's surely not for the pay. And so what I say to you is kudos to all of you all, and better late than never. But yes, Commissioner Hall is correct. You all are some of the working poor, and you work with some of our most vulnerable parts of society. And so I commend this. It's about time. I'm in full support of it. I hope all of my colleagues are. And at some point, we do need to revisit the salary scale at some point. Thank you.
Bob Ellis is
The next in queue is Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hall. I do admire the work you guys do. In 2018, I looked at trying to start my own nonprofit with a friend, a forever home. It was called Dwell 316, and so I met with a lot of people in the DFCS systems and homes across the state. And so the work you guys do, and I understand the whole retention issue too, because we got to be competitive with the current counties. The one thing I'm just trying to understand is, why do we put a cap in the first place? And I was wondering if Hakeem or somebody could speak to that. That was why we put one in the first place.
I can tell you that. Is it the highlighted part? Commissioner Hausman said during a meeting, let's see, this is Commissioner's actions on 18-0840. Commissioner Hausman said, yes, briefly, the resolution is before you. And first of all, I'd like to thank my staff member Denise Frazier for her diligence on this item. She has been working on this for months. It was brought to our attention as well as Commissioner Ellis' office, I believe, that there was a disparity in payment for these staff members. Some were given a supplement years ago, but it was identified by name, not position. So there were some staff members that received it and others did not. This will bring equity to that situation and have the money go to that position and not the person in essence. So I ask for your consideration. So this ceiling began before we were even in office. This was 2018. And through a resolution that was approved at that time, that's how the ceiling started. And the funding for the ceiling was supposed to go to, I think it was some services, programming. They were reprogramming and providing some services. Madam County Attorney, oh, you weren't here. That's right.
It says Hakeem was here.
Hakeem.
Good afternoon, commissioners. The cap came out of, what you just described, Commissioner Hall. The issue is, at that time, we looked at the budget, and the Board of Commissioners decided to cap the amount based on what was available at that time that, could be reprogrammed. So that's why, it was capped at that 13%. In other words, that their budget is really for several programs, including salary supplement. So the amount that could be reprogrammed without affecting those other programs that are provided by them was used, to determine what the cap amount will be there.
So the reason was basically so that all of the funding that we give them can't be used for salary increases. Is that correct? Just to have some bit of control.
Yes, Commissioner. We have several programs, that DFCS administer for the county. This includes burial services, client benefits, and then cash match, along with the salary supplements that the county provides to them.
I was wondering, could I make a friendly amendment that maybe we just quadruple the cap, like go up to 40%, or does it need to be 100%? Because you have all these other programs that we supplement. Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, are you making a motion or something? What are you asking?
I was just asking about possibly making a friendly amendment where we extend it like quadruple, like do 40%.
I have
Would that
no problem with
cover-
that whatsoever. Is that a,
Keep it,
oh,
put
you're
the cap
talking
at
about keeping
40%.
a cap? Okay, then you
To-
need to say keeping a cap, and I'm not with that at all. No, I won't accept that.
I'm
Do
done, yeah.
You're done, okay. The next person in queue is Commissioner Barrett.
Commissioner Hall, thank you for bringing this forward. And I would also like to co-sponsor this
Absolutely.
resolution. And I just wanted to chime in with my thanks to the hard work that you all do for so little pay for such an incredibly vulnerable part of our population. So thank you all for the work and for coming down here. And I know one of the speakers said, I think it was a gentleman right there, said you support us and you hope that we'll support you. I appreciate that on both ends, and you have my support.
All right. Next in queue is Marvin, Commissioner Arrington Jr.
Thank you to the workers. Thank you for the work that you do. We are grateful for the work that you do. And I certainly intend to do what I can to move this forward. So thank you, and thank you again. And I'd like to be a co-sponsor also.
And I thought I heard Lydia Meredith's voice. Thank you, Lydia, for this, because it started with you, so I'm glad you came back so that I could thank you personally. And DFACS, and I have the permission of my team member, Jonathan Harris, to say that DFACS raised him. And he's happy to see you all get this because, well, we will vote on it, but he is happy to see this happen because you literally raised him and you see where he is right now. I see no more speakers in the queue, so Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. I'm not supposed to allow you to clap because it's against the rules of this body. But thank you. Yes, yes. All right. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Back on page 5, under Open and Responsible Government, 230273, Information Technology. Request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $625,000 to provide a software management system for the Fulton County Police Department.
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Is this time sensitive? Is there someone here to tell us what this is for?
Is there someone here that can answer Commissioner Arrington's
Good afternoon,
question?
Commissioner Arrington. Kevin Kerrigan, CIO, Fulton County. So we do not have an agreement in place now, so this would be establishing an agreement with FUSIS so that we can start deploying this technology to bring about improved situational awareness for our justice buildings and other county facilities. So while it's not time sensitive in the sense that we need to approve something today, any delay would not allow us to move forward with the project until it is approved.
Commissioner Arrington, this is and you may have been out when we covered security issues in executive session, but this is the consistent video platform for both the Sheriff's Office and the Police Department, giving us, and by the way, also integrates with the City of Atlanta and their video surveillance.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the motion is on the floor to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item.
230274, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $355,250 to assess and implement critical platform enhancements for the county's public-facing website.
Is there a motion? I'll second. Wait, I had a question. There was some questions in the queue. Okay, so we have Commissioner Barrett in the queue. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just had a quick question. Sorry, I can't see you over there, but I didn't see the actual contract here, so I was just wondering why the contract wasn't provided.
So good morning, or good afternoon, Commissioner Barrett. So this is we'll do contract negotiations. This is to award, and then we'll negotiate the agreement.
Say that again? It's hard to hear you.
This is for us to enter contract negotiations. We have a proposal, but then once we've received approval, we'll then go through contract negotiations.
So we're approving an amount not to exceed.
Commissioner Barrett, good afternoon. Felicia Strong Whitaker. We did conduct negotiations. We always bring it to the board to get approval, and then we prepare the contract for execution once the board approves the recommendation of the vendor.
And so this is this is all for the public-facing website, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I feel like I'm talking to the side of Bridget's head. Sorry. No, it's fine. You have every right to be sitting exactly where you're sitting. My apologies. I just had some questions about what this is going to include. Is this going to change the public's experience with the website at all, or is this all underlying technology?
It's a bit of both. There's underlying technology needs, but there's also capabilities that will be brought to the website. I'm happy to share the proposal with you that has the detail and the breakdown of what would be included as far as enhancements, what the audit process will entail as far as the outcomes. So we have that detail.
Okay, I would love to see that. I mean, I'm certainly in support of improving the site, both from the supporting underlying platform, but also the user experience. And you and I have talked about this a little bit when we first met, but there was also some language in here, and I don't have that specific thing right in front of me in the scope of work or in the explanation somewhere that talked about I believe it was the useful life of the current, was that in the?
Commissioner Barrett, what that is the county has an annual maintenance and software licensing list that we are required to, once we get a system, we are required to keep the license and the maintenance and those kind of things current. And so when we add it to the annual maintenance and licensing list, once the county competitively procures a system, is added to that list until we no longer use or utilize that system.
So I guess my question was, are we expecting to keep the site essentially as it is for a certain number of years and just maintain it? Or, what is, because it felt like this was sort of, and this is going to be it for the next period of time. So I was just making sure that that was or was not the case.
So our website sits on the Sitecore platform, and it's a hosted solution, and they're routinely upgrading. And then we have the option to take that upgrade. We can't fall any more than 3 years behind, which I would say we would stay as current as we can to go through proper testing before we deploy the new version. But basically, every time Sitecore offers a new version, we have to then test it based on our capabilities and components in the platform, then go through an upgrade. So this would just allow us professional services to make sure we have the tech expertise with them to make sure we can continue to upgrade. One of the major components of this agreement is to move us forward on a version as we're behind today.
Gotcha. Okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to see this come forward because it will help to develop critical applications, enhancements, and implement best practices. But I do want to just say that we need to do a better job on our website because it is public facing. Oftentimes, I have had people call and say that links are broken and information is outdated and pages aren't there that should be there. And so I just want to encourage and ask that our External Affairs Department and our IT department and our Customer Service Division work a little more on going through the entire website and checking all the links and checking the information that we are providing to our constituents. That may take a little bit of effort because we do have a lot of departments and offices and agencies on our website, and you will probably have to contact them to make sure that telephone numbers are right, that people are still employed who are on the page, and that people are not calling phone numbers where they're not getting anyone. And these are things that have come across my office. So just a little more assistance in making this overall project even better for our residents.
Commissioner Arrington.
I'm a little. Well, I wonder how much of this includes other websites operated by the county. We say our website, I think we have several. I think there are certain departments and divisions that have websites. And so I think we need to be very specific, perhaps reference the domain name that we are talking about and the website that is hosted there. For example, we should have the ability to reserve senior facilities and arts facilities via our website. That is something that you should be able to do online via our website. Now, which domain that website is housed at might be a separate question. But there's no reason that I should not be able, that a Fulton County citizen should not be able to reserve a senior center for a funeral or a wake or a library or an art center by going to our website and clicking on it and paying whatever their necessary fee is. So I need to understand or have a better understanding of what our website is, because I know that we have several.
Commissioner Arrington, so this work is specifically related to the fultoncountyga.gov domain. You are correct. We have other websites that I've actually been talking with Ms. Corbett about so that we can get our arms around all of the domains that are out there, to track things like broken links, to have consistent branding. That's a larger conversation that I think we do need to have. As an organization, I think you're absolutely right that it should be very easy for citizens and constituents in the community to reserve county assets and to do that in a seamless process from a central location. And we can definitely take that back and come back with a plan to do that. And that really, the Fulton County GA.gov should be that portal, right? So it could pop over to a scheduling solution, right? Has our same branding, but it's one front door into receiving those services or booking those assets.
And frankly, it probably would be better if our other websites were actually subdomains. And so maybe we need a policy that requires or suggests that those all be subdomains.
Commissioner, I think that's a great idea. I think where we can do that, I would have to better understand what may be in play if we're talking about other elected officials. But for, I think, sites that would roll up to the board, there's definitely an opportunity there.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
I agree with your comments and your comments about there needs to be some work, and I'm glad you're new. Welcome to Fulton County, and welcome to the problems that we have for you. I'm a UI, UX person, so I have lots of suggestions. But I also understand the need for security, and if we open up subdomains for all these entities and people have backdoor access to our website, that could be a problem, couldn't it? If our senior centers, if we have it all integrated into one, could there be a security issue?
I mean, those could still be pointers in a sense. Our website is hosted in a separate data center today, right? And we could point to other solutions, and you can have any name that we would need to do that. So that doesn't necessarily mean they have to live in the same data center. There's ways to approach that to meet that need.
And but my understanding for this particular item, it's a budgeted item, and the American Rescue Act is funding it, correct? The funding's coming from that, or am I wrong?
I'd have to find out the details there for this.
It is.
Okay.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
So, Mr. Kerrigan, I'm kind of chuckling because I've been over here like vehemently nodding my head when all my colleagues talked about some of the shortcomings of the current site. So I thought I should just verbally nod my head that I agree with everything they've said. But I just, not to pile on, but I think the search needs to be looked at as well, because I find that even as a commissioner looking for information about the county, I have to go outside and search Google to find information on the county website. That the actual search inside the site does not function well enough. So just wanted to glom on a little bit there.
Well, thank you for the feedback. We can look
Anyone
into
else?
that as well.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote. Madam Clerk.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230275, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $150,000 to provide county-wide armed services as needed.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230276, request approval of a termination of contract to identify unreported aircraft for violation for ad valorem tax purposes.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Thorne, Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Hall.
Thank
Motion on
you.
the floor is to approve the cancellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard from a gentleman from this STR company, but I want to hear from the county staff who are a part of this
Ms. Whitmore?
and tell us exactly why this is coming before us for a termination. And because he made a whole entire speech about why it should not be terminated.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Essentially, when the contract was originally approved by the board, it was approved as a contingency-based revenue-generating contract where the fees would be paid out of the revenue generated. It was brought back and subsequently changed to a more of a fee-based contract, which means then we need to be prepared to pay for that out of our expenditure budget. What we did not know at the time is that we would be billed for the revenues that were identified, billed, and collected for the Board of Education as well as Fulton County. So we've had some issues around that. We've also reached out to the Board of Education to ask if they would participate in the contract with us, and we have been advised, the county attorney's office handled that aspect of it, and we have been advised that their attorney declined to take it to their board for consideration. Given that the revenue that's being generated for the county's general fund, which is where we would have to pay this fee from, is not sufficient to support the whole fee, that is essentially the basis for our recommendation at this point. But we did reach out to the Board of Education, and they did decline to participate.
Thank you, Madam CFO.
Commissioner Arrington?
Well, that really may have answered my question. I was trying to understand the same reasoning. So is only Fulton County Board of Education, not APS? Is APS agreed to pay for their portion?
They're not included because the location of the aircraft is in unincorporated Fulton County.
So are y'all trying to bill us for money we're not getting? Please.
So Originally, when we set up the contract, it was mentioned, good. Originally, when we set up the contract, it was based off of a percentage of whatever we collected. So bringing $100, we'll charge you our fees based off the $100. That fee structure was changed, still on a performance basis. So again, you're still bringing $100, add 10 aircraft. You're paying on those 10 aircraft that are brought into Fulton County. I think what the issue was is that the agreement wasn't put in place to understand that the percentage was based off the entire $100 instead of just the county's portion of what was going to be collected. Does that make sense? So ultimately, the short answer is no, we're not charging you for money you didn't get. We're only charging you for aircraft that are actually taxed and paying and collecting in Fulton County.
Yes, but now you understand that we only get a portion of that, and the other portion goes to the Board of Education.
Correct.
Right, so. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Thorne?
So my understanding is that we can maybe get the Fulton Board of Education on board if we renegotiate a new contract that is not fee-based or contingency-based. Is that correct?
The information that was shared with me from the county attorney's office was that the concern was that it still appeared to be a contingency-based contract. I would have to defer to the county attorney's office if they also implied in their communications with the county attorney's office that they would consider it if it were not a contingency-based contract. That piece I don't know, Commissioner Thorne.
Okay.
It's my understanding that the school board declined to participate in this contract because they had remaining concerns about the validity of it as a contingency contract. There is case law that prohibits this type of contract by a board of assessors of a county to collect on a contingency basis. Therefore, this contract was modified, previously modified from its original form to include fees. The practical issue is that if we do not share, if the Fulton County Board of Education does not share in the fees, the net proceeds to the county don't really make it worthwhile for the county. There's also apparently a practical concern with the Board of Tax Assessors not having a line item from which to pay these types of fees, and therefore, when the invoices are not paid promptly, the company has threatened to sue the county for those unpaid invoices. So due to the Board of Education's lack of participation with us, although I believe they are still receiving some of the proceeds, the department has recommended that we terminate this contract based on its limited value to the county because of those historical events. I don't know that the Board of Education will choose to participate in paying the fees given their expressed, or their attorneys expressed concern that the current fee structure still behaves like a contingency contract, which is prohibited.
But we do need this service. I mean, they generated $17 million in tax revenues from the service. And we would come out with another contract, try to get another, but if we come out with another contract, then we have to go through the whole purchasing again, or?
I am not aware of the net proceeds under the current configuration, and I believe the current item is simply asking for the termination, which is what is before the board. Whether the board chooses to enter into a modified subsequent contract would not be encompassed in this item.
Do we have the ability to, or does anybody know, do we have a value? I know we have a new tax assessor. Do we have the ability to do valuations of aircraft? Or will we have to hire an outside vendor?
I believe the issue has been in not valuing, but identifying whether or not the aircraft hangared at the airport for the prescribed amount of time to be considered taxable within the jurisdiction. So I would have to defer to the assessor if he feels comfortable that his staff would be able to handle that independently.
Oh, here he comes. Do we want him?
Good morning. I think to answer your question, we do still value aircraft. However, these are aircraft that we were not able to discover. Unfortunately, there are times where taxpayers simply don't return as they are.
Excuse me, sir, would you identify yourself?
I apologize. My name is Roderick Connolly. I'm the chief appraiser for Fulton County. Hopefully I answered your question, but staff does currently value aircraft. Unfortunately, there are times where taxpayers do not return, and so we have difficulty discovering those aircraft. And so it's audits like this or reviews like this that allow us to help discover those.
Can you tell me how much the current companies helped? Or do you know?
I do not have those numbers in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
I believe we got a spreadsheet from Hakeem, and I believe the number was 3 million, not 17 million. Is that correct?
That is what we received today, Commissioner Barrett. There might be some additional revenue coming down the road, but what we've received today is $3 million. And then now we have paid 1.1 or roughly $1.2 million, of which Fulton County paid, our general fund paid over $1 million, and of course, nothing from the school board. So we paid pretty much the total cost.
Right. So just to be clear, the idea behind this makes financial sense, right? As a group, assuming the schools were going to be involved, we spend $1 million, we net 3. Wonderful. That's great for all of the taxing bodies impacted, right? On the other hand, because the schools are not participating, we are bearing the brunt and therefore actually in the red on this, where the schools are not paying and they are getting the benefit. So while I think it is a worthwhile endeavor to consider, it does not appear from what the county attorney is saying and what Madam CFO is saying, and from my conversation with the county manager about this yesterday, that this contract should be continued. That said, I would like to sort of add to this conversation a potential direction for the executive team, if my colleagues agree, to look at potentially getting into a new contract with all parties, such that we can do that 1 to 3 return and collect taxes from these particular owners of airplanes who, I think, if I understand the process correctly, predominantly don't live here, but house their planes here for at least enough of the year that they should be taxed. In the same way that I think we need to do a better job on our commercial property tax appraisals, we need to do a better job of this. So I would love to see us pursue with the schools a new contract for this service. And the only other question I have, I think, really is and I'm looking at you, Mr. County Manager, because if you're not the right person, I'm sure you can tell me who is the right person to ask this question to, but the tax assessor said that they don't have the ability to be aware of these aircraft because the individuals don't report. And I guess I'm just wondering that is there a way for the airport to provide some kind of report of what planes are there on an ongoing basis to assist with this, so that we're not paying consultants for years to come?
I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to ask David Clerk, the Public Works Director. The tricky part with that would be they are also tenants of ours. So it would be, are we serving them as tenants, or are we looking for aircraft that have landed there and are in need of being taxed? So I don't know. I'll ask him the question, which I don't have an answer today, but I think the logical path that you laid out of setting aside this agreement attempting to get a new multi-party agreement that does conform with whatever legal requirements there are, and also makes financial sense for all three parties is the best path to move forward.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Mr. Bill, can you please return to the podium? First of all, thank you for calling my office. I know that you did not have an opportunity to speak with me personally, but I knew everything that was going on, and I was speaking to the county manager behind the scenes and the county attorney. The reason that I am comfortable with this being determined is because based on what I found, there's no other way. The school system, for whatever reason, and it's not to cast any dispersions on them or anything, but if they're not going to be part of the process, but they're getting the funding, then that funding, in my opinion, needs to be removed until they decide to become part of the process. I've talked to the county manager, and I think there's a inclination that it can be done optimally, what I saw from your office. And so I just want to go on record saying that in my conversations with everyone on this, it looks like there's no way of getting this to the optimal point without it being terminated. Now, having said that, I'm hoping that, unfortunately, that we have to terminate it, that the Fulton County School Board will come back to the table. That's what I'm hoping, and I'm hoping that what I've been told from our county's manager's office is that if we can get that that it would not be a problem, because we made something off of it, but all of the burden was on us. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that that was just something that just did not sit right with me once all the parties, that I spoke to, gave their say on it. It just did not make sense to keep the contract in place when we could not get those other individuals. And so I want you to please stay in contact with my office. And I want you to also, if your organization has had work or done work with getting people to the table that need to get to the table, I would really like for that to happen, because I think the tax needs to be done. I don't know that we can do it or can't do it. I'm not going to get into that part of the conversation, but I do want you to know that I had no other choice once given all the facts, but I did have very positive conversations that there would be an idea if it would be optimum that we would come back to the table. Okay.
Of course, I appreciate that.
All right.
And can I speak?
Quickly.
And the ultimate goal that we anticipated that we worked through since 2019 was we were operating under the assumption that all of those check marks by the county were already taking place. We went through years of development and negotiations with the assessor. That was with Dwight Robinson when he was in, Dwayne, and now Mr. Conley. And we were always operating under the assumption that all of the back-end financials was taken care of. So when this came out at the 11th hour, showed up sometime last year, from our end, it's always disturbing and kind of shocking to understand that we might not have funding for the work that we've already done. So we've already completed all the work for 16 through 22. You guys have our data, you have our information, and we just want to operate under that contract that it will be respected going forward. So we want to make sure that that's equitable all the way through, and we want to find the right solution for you guys, and operate under that same agreement that we've kind of been working for since 2019. So we do want to find a solution and look forward to communicating that.
All right, thank you, sir. The motion on the floor
Thank
is
you.
to approve the termination. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, under Justice and Safety, 2302.
All right, let's hold this one as well until the sheriff gets here later on.
Okay.
What? Okay,
Under
continue.
Arts and Libraries, 230197, Arts and Culture, request approval of a MOU with the Chattahoochee Nature Center for purpose of providing funding in the amount of $700,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230198, request approval of a MOU with Fulton County and Bear Creek Nature Center for the purpose of providing funding in a total amount of $700,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Arrington, you want to speak?
Yes, I'm glad to see this back on the agenda, and I'm hoping that I'm hoping that my lying eyes don't show me that there's still a distinction between North Fulton and South Fulton. The last item said $200,000 recurring for Chattahoochee Nature Center, but somehow y'all want to make the money for South Fulton non-recurring. So I'm gonna make a motion to amend this item to make it recurring. And I don't understand why that always happens in South Fulton. It doesn't make sense. Why do we always get the short end of the stick?
All right.
By accident?
Uh,
When you have the same accident over and over and over again, it seems intentional.
All right, Dr. Rochelle, Madam CFO, somebody.
Commissioner Arrington, thank you for pointing that out. We certainly can and will make the adjustment. The reason that it appeared that way is because Chattahoochee was previously a legacy partner, and so the language was already set, but we will make that adjustment. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve as amended by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230278, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and the National Black Arts Festival for the purpose of providing funding in the amount of $200,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230279, request approval of a contract with Johns Creek Arts Center for the purpose of providing funding in the amount of $200,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, 230280, request approval of a contract with Hammond's House for the purpose of providing funding in the amount of $200,000.
I have a favorable motion by Commissioner Hall. It's seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230281, request approval to close out a contract in the amount of $20,841.62 to provide temporary staffing for the Arts and Culture Department.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall.
I have a question. Hello, Mr. Manuel.
Hello, Commissioner.
Hello. So I was reading this and it said this is to reconcile an increase over the spending authority. And I just, I was trying to look through and see, does it speak to, do we have any way of ensuring that we do not spend beyond the approved spending authority? But I couldn't find anything.
Yep, so what happened was with corporate temps, we received their final invoice past the December 31st deadline. And so it spilled over to 2023.
and those invoices were for our art instructors for West End Performing Arts Center as well as the Emma Darnell Center.
So they sent their invoice late?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Do we have any measures in place to ensure that our contractors are sending their invoices in a timely fashion, Madam CFO, or who, or our wonderful purchasing and contract compliance
Yes, Commissioners, we
director?
do have a contract closeout purchasing ordinance in place. So we are going to work with Arts and Culture. He does have a lot of new employees on his staff, and I think they were unaware of all of the closeout procedures. So we will be working with them to assist them so that this doesn't occur again.
Thank you, and just making note that Mr. Manuel is also new as
Yes.
well. So just want to make sure that they're successful moving forward. And also just to make sure that if there is a need for additional funding in that area, that we just go ahead and put it in on the front end, right?
That is correct.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Where you going, Mr. Manuel? What color is that tie you got on?
It's blue with some speckle of red.
Okay, I thought it was purple. Have a good day.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 230282, request approval of a MOU between Fulton County and the Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities and the Atlanta Fulton County Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative to resume financial support in the amount of $400,000.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It's seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
I'm sorry, I do have one question.
Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, the word resume financial support. When did we stop?
Thank you for raising that, Commissioner Arrington. We never discontinued funding. That is a typo. It should say continue funding.
Okay, thank you. So, friendly amendment. Commissioner Thorne, would you accept the friendly amendment?
All right, on the item as amended by Commissioner Arrington, please vote. We take one more.
And the vote is open as amended. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, next item.
230283, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $175,000 to provide soft dig services.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne. It's seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's 1:02, colleagues. I'll entertain the motion. We recess for lunch, executive session, items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Properly moved and seconded. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Yeah, but the thing is, they ain't gonna charge like this.
It's not gonna charge as fast,
Yeah.
but you can have it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
They ready? All right. All right. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk, continue, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, do we have any items from executive
From
session?
executive
Chairman
session.
Pitts, yes, we do have just one
Speak up,
item.
Madam County Attorney.
We have just one action item coming out of executive session. Is there a motion to deny the settlement demand set forth in item number 1 of the executive session agenda and to authorize the alternative request for settlement authority?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdur Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On the bottom,
No further action items.
bottom of page 7, Commissioners' action items. 230209, request approval of resolution urging the consolidation of certain Fulton County Clerk of Court operations under the Fulton County Superior Court Clerk, directing the county manager to assist with facilitating such consolidation and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
All right, this was held at the last meeting. I'm going to make a motion to approve. Can I get a second, please? All right, seconded by Commissioner Barrett, and this is an urging resolution. It simply urges the parties to get together. It's not binding, to ask them to look at and consider a consolidated clerk system. I think Mr. Adams made a compelling argument at the last meeting about the financial considerations to this, so I don't want to belabor the point. It's pretty self-explanatory as far as I'm concerned. It's simply an urging resolution to move in the direction that the nation is moving in, as well as one of our sister counties, and I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right time to do it, regardless of the personality. So that's my motion to approve, seconded by, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Rahman, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Hall.
Now, Chairman, I want to support this. I just need to ask the county manager a question. I did have a lot of calls, especially from the state court, about this. And so I need to know the model we're looking at. Are we looking at just administrative functions? Are we looking at exactly what are we looking at? Because I want to be comfortable. If I'm going to support this, I want to be open and honest with those who I have been talking to since the last, we're really even before the last Board of Commissioners meeting. And so, County Manager, if you can speak to this, Alton, if you can kind of break it down for me somewhat. You understand the question I'm asking?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to ask Mr. Adams to describe to the board the current thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, good afternoon. What we are looking at and what we're recommending is that we focus our efforts on the administrative functions of state court and superior court, specifically, not the clerk function, because the clerk function has a number of other issues, and we do have tacit agreement from Judge Taylor and from Judge Glanville that they are willing to have discussions around the administrative functions. Those would include specifically HR, IT, HR, IT, finance functions, and things like court reporters and interpreters. So basically the administrative type functions, not the clerk functions. We think that's the area, quite frankly, that in the short term has the best promise for us and is also least controversial.
Okay, so it sounds to me, let me make sure, because I want to make sure that everybody knows what I'm saying, so when it's being reported, the administrative functions is what we're consolidating.
That would be our recommendation. That
would be the
focusing on.
recommendation.
That's
And as
correct.
far as the clerk functions, we're not touching that. If at some times you feel like, we will do that, will you come back and bring it in front of this board?
Yes, we would. But we do think that in the immediate term, the administrative functions gets us the biggest benefit with the least amount of controversy.
Well, I've actually talked to some of the state stakeholders, and they had agreed with me that if it was just administrative, that they would be open to it. So I just want to go on record that that's what's going on. Thank you.
Mr. Barrett?
You answered some of my questions already with your response, Mr. Adams, but Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, I think just to help with the clarity here, that this particular resolution specifically talks about the consolidation of the clerk function and does not actually talk about the consolidation of the administrative function. So it's possible we might need to do a substitute motion here, or at least a friendly, to your point, at least a friendly amendment to include the administrative functions. And I will just say this. On the one hand, I don't have a problem with this passing as a resolution that doesn't instruct, but rather makes a request, because we can't tell them to do this. We would only be asking them to consider doing this, correct? Yes, okay. Like, I don't know who to direct that to. Thank you, Madam County Attorney. So this would not be, because whether we pass this or not, they will do what they will do. And so I think, you know, I like the idea of the administrative functions because I think it's not fraught with any kind of issues that, like the ones we've seen here in this assembly hall, and that you all have been dealing with for years before I got here. And I think if we were living in a perfect world, that I would like the idea of the clerk functions potentially being consolidated as well. But as we all know, we do not live in a perfect world. So I'm okay with it passing again because it's not, I mean, it's not forcing them into anything. But I'd like to just get this off our agenda, to be honest.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Commissioner Barrett, for pointing out that this resolution talks about urging the consolidation of the clerk functions and not of the administrative functions. Thank you, Mr. Adams, for saying that you all are looking at consolidation of administrative functions. So, Mr. Adams, this resolution doesn't address the consolidation of the administrative functions that you were just talking about, does it?
Not as I read it, Commissioner Arrington.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said not as I read it. Based on my reading, it does talk specifically to the clerk functions.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, everybody.
Just point of order quickly. I didn't maybe say it strongly enough, but friendly amendment to add the administrative functions.
accept it.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be able to accept anything that talks about consolidation of the clerk function. If it is, if we are removing and replacing clerk functions with the administrative functions, I'd be happy to support it. But I'm not going to support anything that has that. I want to remind you all of the Georgia Constitution. The separation of powers. There shall be 3 branches: the legislative, judicial, and executive powers shall forever remain separate and distinct. This legislation is inappropriate. It doesn't make any sense. I asked at the last meeting for them to work on the plan of the administration and come back to us with a plan that does make sense. This does not make sense. It does not make sense to try to force people to work together that don't want to work together. It does not make sense to try to put a square peg into a round hole. I'm going to force this in. I'm going to make this fit, even though I know it doesn't fit. Why in the world would we do that? No, thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
I'm not going to remind you of the Georgia Constitution, but what I am going to remind you of is that we had the Chief Judge of State Court stand right before us at one of our last BOC meetings and say emphatically, no, do not do this, do not include them, they don't want it. And since we have had our clerk to Superior Court, Magistrate Court, I won't say resign, retire. And that creates an entirely different situation. She is literally elected to be the clerk of Superior Court. She has appointed Shay Alexander to take her position when she leaves on the last day of her retirement. That will put Shay Alexander squarely in the seat of Clerk of Superior Court. Now, Madam County Attorney, what happens to the piece that is related to Magistrate Court once she has retired?
So barring any objection by the incoming Superior Court clerk,
Speak up, Madam County Attorney.
barring objection by the incoming Superior Court clerk, my initial reading of the statute is that the appointment for the magistrate clerk function runs with the office. I will say that we have been requested as an office to research that further and provide a formal opinion, and that is what we're working on now.
So you're working on finding out if the piece that addresses the clerk to magistrate court,
Whether it
if
runs
that,
with the office as opposed to the individual appointee.
what does the resolution that this Board of Commissioners, well, I wasn't here, but the Board of Commissioners approved, what does that say?
It includes, it says the clerk of the Superior Court, Tina Robinson, so it necessarily includes the individual who happened to occupy the office at the time, because the mechanism whereby the board placed that function in the Superior Court clerk's office requires the consent of the individual who happens to occupy that office, and at that time, that was Tina Robinson.
So the resolution is very clear that it is specifically related to Tina Robinson, the individual who was in the position at that time. That's what you just said?
She is named in the resolution because she happened to occupy the position at the time, but
That's
as
your
I'm,
opinion, that's not a fact.
Well,
That's your opinion.
as I
That's not a
mentioned,
Commissioner Arrington, please, order.
That's not a
Commissioner
fact.
Arrington,
Commissioner,
just a minute.
you're
That's
in
her
there.
opinion.
We see you in the queue, Commissioner Arrington. But the fact of the matter is that the two ladies got together and made a decision that Tina Robinson would be the clerk of magistrate court. It was between those two ladies, and it was brought forward to the Board of Commissioners. There was nobody else named because those two ladies made that decision together.
you mean the Chief Judge Kirk and Tina Robinson, who is the clerk of the
Yes.
court? Yes, it's my understanding that historically it was prompted by Judge Kirk speaking with Tina Robinson, and who was amenable to accepting, but the action of placing that function with the Superior Court was not an act of the Chief Magistrate Judge. It was an act of the Board of Commissioners, which had the
Right.
authority to do so.
Right, but it's all in writing, what was asked for, and it was specifically Tina Robinson. It wasn't Shay Alexander or anyone else. The person was named because that's who the agreement was between. So I'm not going to force anybody to do anything that they don't want to do. The Chief Judge has already spoken. We're at a point where we can finally address this in a better manner and direction because of the fact that the clerk of Superior Court has ultimately retired. So it opens up an entirely new way of us approaching this situation. And so this is premature at this point. We need to allow you to finish your research and get us an opinion back, and then we can make a better decision on how we move forward. This is absolutely premature at this point with the current situation. And I actually will make a motion to hold it so we can allow you that time.
All right, you have a substitute motion on the floor to hold. I'd ask you to not support the motion to hold. Let's vote on the motion to hold, please. All right, discussion now should be, just a minute, this discussion should be limited to the motion to hold, which is on the floor.
Okay, I'm in the queue. I don't know which order you're gonna call people, but I'm in the queue.
The motion on the floor is to hold. Let's limit the discussion to the motion to hold. Commissioner Hall, do you want to say anything else on the motion to hold?
No, I think I've said it all.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, on the motion to hold.
My
No.
comments are not for the motion
Thank
to
you.
hold.
Commissioner Arrington, on the motion to hold.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to read for you and everyone else here a copy of the letter dated December 29, 2015, addressed to the Honorable Kathleen Tina Robinson, Clerk of Superior Court. Dear Mrs. Robinson, please confirm that effective January 1, 2016, you will accept appointment as Clerk of the Magistrate Court, in addition to your duties with the Superior Court. Letter dated December 29, 2015, from the Honorable Kathleen Tina Robinson, addressed to Judge Cassandra Kirk, Chief Magistrate. This letter serves as confirmation that effective January 1, 2016, I accept the appointment. I accept the appointment. Signed, Kathleen Tina Robinson. Now, for someone to sit here and say, and to make a recommendation without getting the information and reviewing the documents and have an opinion about something without doing their homework and looking at the documents, the appointment was for the individual, Tina Robinson, the Chief Magistrate Judge, according to OCGA 1510-105, has the authority to appoint a clerk. The Chief Magistrate, who has the authority to appoint the clerk of the Magistrate Court, asked Tina Robinson to be the clerk of the Magistrate Court by letter dated December 29, 2015. By letter dated December 29, 2015, Tina Robinson, clerk of the Superior Court, accepted. This letter confirms that I is Tina Robinson. Now, why would someone else suggest anything other than the plain common sense meaning of something? Why would someone attempt to offer an opinion without doing their homework or taking the time to review the letters? Now, I'm just getting to the resolution. Let's get to the resolution. That's what you wanted to know, right, Commissioner Hall? What does the resolution say?
The motion
Madam Attorney,
before
do
us-
you know what the resolution
All right,
says?
just a minute. The motion on the floor is to hold.
Yes, I'm telling you the reasons why you should hold. I'm telling you and everybody else up here and anybody listening and watching why this matter should be held. And I'm going to the resolution. I'm citing the letters. Do you want to see it? Can y'all put it on the screen? Let's put it on the screen. Tanya, let me email it to you so we can put it on the screen so the world can see it.
I think we understand what you're
No,
saying,
we're
Mr.
not going to
Harrington.
understand. We're going to see it. This is my time. This is my time. We're going to see it. We're going to let everybody see it. We're going to let the world see it.
Can you put it on the screen at the?
I just sent it to you.
How long will
Yeah,
it
we're
take?
going to let the world see it. Since people want to make stuff up.
Madam County Attorney, listen, you don't have to respond, please. I beg you not to.
Now, the resolution, line 18.
You have it?
I'll just read it while we wait for it to come up. And when it comes up, I'll read it again. Whereas Kathleen Tina Robinson, the clerk of the Superior Court of Fulton County, has consented to appointment as clerk of the Magistrate Court. Now, why in the world would somebody say it's not for Tina Robinson, who was the clerk? Why would somebody say that? What motivation would someone have to say that? Why would someone make an opinion
Commissioner
without
Arrington.
reading the resolution?
Commissioner Arrington.
How could someone call themselves a professional?
Commissioner Arrington.
How could someone that calls
Commissioner
themselves a
Arrington, stop it.
professional make a
Commissioner Arrington.
recommendation or offer an
Commissioner
opinion
Arrington.
without reading the words of
Commissioner
the
Arrington,
resolution?
you're out of order.
I'm not out of order.
You're out of order.
You are out of order.
You're out of order, Commissioner
You are out
Arrington.
of order.
You're out of order.
You are out of order.
Now, the motion
And
on
anyone that says otherwise,
Do you have anything
anyone
else?
that says something different, they
Com-
are out of order.
You're out of order, Commissioner
That's
Arrington.
all right. That's
All right.
okay. It's a whole bunch
right.
of people out of order. The county attorney's out of order. You're out of order. It's
Commissioner
a whole
Arrington.
bunch of people out of order. So we're gonna all be
Commissioner
out of order
Arrington.
together.
Please, Commissioner.
Whereas Kathleen
Commissioner
Tina
Arrington.
Robinson.
All right, let's take a recess, please.
No, we're pulling it up on the screen. I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen. Yeah, I press in.
Thumbs and watch it go play out.
Do you have it up there, Madam Clerk? All right.
All right, let's review it. Let's go back. Now that we got it up on the screen. Page 1, December 29th, 2015. Letter addressed to the Honorable Kathleen Tina Robinson. Dear Mrs. Robinson, please confirm that you, Y-O-U, Ms. Robinson, please confirm that you will accept appointment as clerk of the magistrate court. Signed, Cassandra Kirk, Chief Magistrate, Fulton County Magistrate Court. Let's go to the next page. Letter from the Honorable Kathleen Tina Robinson. Dear Chief Judge Kirk, this letter serves as confirmation that I accept the appointment as the clerk of magistrate court. Signed, Kathleen Tina Robinson. Let's go to the next page. Line 18. Whereas Kathleen Tina Robinson, the clerk of the Superior Court of Fulton County, has consented to the appointment as clerk of magistrate court. Now, how in the world could somebody say that that appointment was not personal to the person that was in the seat? How in the world can someone say, and they haven't even reviewed it? They admit that they haven't reviewed it. They haven't reviewed the resolution. They haven't reviewed the letters, and yet they can form an opinion? Come on, people. This matter absolutely has to be held. And for someone to sit there, someone that calls themselves a professional, and form an opinion and try to influence votes without reviewing the materials? Are you kidding me? I'm done, Mr. Chair.
All right, Madam
Mr. Chairman.
County Attorney,
Yes, may I respond?
please.
I just want to
Now,
make
the
a couple
motion
of
on the
points.
floor is to hold.
Yes. I just want to make a couple of points briefly.
Speak up, Madam County Attorney.
I would just like to make a couple of points briefly. First, I'd like to remind the commissioners that I began by saying that while my initial reading of the statute was such that we were in the process of researching and preparing a formal opinion that has been requested by Commissioner Arrington. So that was my initial impression that I shared with the board. Secondly, the portion of the code that Commissioner Arrington is citing for the proposition that the clerk of the magistrate court can select her own clerk of court is in a subsection that begins if there is no clerk of the magistrate court. During Judge Kirk's tenure, there has never been a time when that precondition existed. There has always been a clerk of the magistrate court. There used to be one that was also the state court clerk, and then it was subsequently moved by the board to the Superior Court Clerk's office pursuant to another subsection of this code that actually applied, which is in the absence of local law and with the consent of the clerk of the Superior Court, the county governing authority may place that function with the county Superior Court clerk, which is exactly what happened. The board placed it there pursuant to their own authority. The fact that Judge Kirk happened to send the letter and that Tina Robinson happened to be the recipient of the letter was a function of the occupants of those offices, which are referenced in the statute. But as promised, I will be researching and preparing and providing a formal opinion that that considers it in light of all of the documents as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please. All right, you want to be heard on the motion to hold?
I want to actually hear from the Chief Judge of State Court because I see him sitting right over there, and I want to know, has he changed his mind about what he said to us when he
Come
was
on
here
down, Chief
before
Judge.
concerning this item? Because I heard him say a strong no, and I want to know, has he changed his mind on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I'm on red. Is that the way it should be? I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. Okay, thank you. If I can, I do want to briefly address this. I'll answer your question first of the best way to answer this is that there's no information that says that we should, or that says that this is a good idea. So I said at the outset that theoretically, consolidation of similar functions makes sense theoretically, but you've got to look at reality. And right now, reality says no, that we shouldn't. And if I can, I just want to get just a couple of things that I prepared for y'all just to think about. One, whether y'all have heard any issues with the state court clerk's office. Okay. Two, have you heard that it's inefficient? Have you heard that it's too expensive for the taxpayers? Have you heard that the state court clerk's office is not meeting constituent demands? Because that's where this kind of resolution should come from. Not from just out of the blue, because other divisions or other departments are having issues, but this should come from, there's an issue with the state court clerk. And we've heard that. But I don't think any of y'all have, because if you had, I'm sure somebody would have come to me with it. And nobody has. And there is nothing to suggest that consolidation of the clerk functions would result in more efficiency or less cost to the county or the taxpayers. And in fact, the evidence is to the contrary. And I just want to give you a couple of things to think about. I want to talk about the state court civil docket. 2018, we saw the highest new civil case filings since 2012. So 2012, we had a high case filings. They went down a little bit. They went up in 2018 to the highest we had seen in a decade. In 2019, that grew by 10%. In 2020, during the pandemic, it grew by more than another 10%. Now, what we have had in 22, and we're on track for in 23 and in 21, we have 25% more new civil case filings than we had back in 2018, which was the highest number in a decade. So we have all these new case filings, but our current open pending caseload on the civil docket is the same as it was in 2019. And so what that tells you, or should tell you, is the state court clerk's office and the state court judges are efficient, and we're dealing with our cases efficiently, and we're getting it done. Looking at the criminal side, in 2023, or yes, this year, the first 3 months, the state court is at a clearance rate. That means how many cases come in versus how many cases are resolved. We're at 144%. 144%. That tells you that the clerk is doing its job. The clerk's office of state court is doing its job to get those cases to us, and then we are resolving them. So, the question I have is, if you have that information on the civil side, why would you want to vote to suggest that we change that? On the criminal side, if we're at a 144% clearance rate, why would you want to vote to suggest that we change that? I understand this is a suggestion, but you're suggesting that we do something without any facts that say it's the right thing to do. There's no outcry that I have heard from any court services users that the state court clerk's office isn't doing its job. And I will tell you this, there's nobody who says that I have heard, and I have asked, that the Superior Court clerk's office, regardless of how much I like the Superior Court clerk, but that the office functions better than the state court clerk's office, and that there's a better experience, that they are doing better for the taxpayers or for the constituents. There is not that information. And again, I will say this, the resolution, I don't know whether this is the case, but I can tell you, I don't know if the resolution is introduced because anybody thinks that one elected clerk is going to result in better service or savings to the taxpayers. And if that is, I can tell you that having one elected clerk for the state court, superior court, and magistrate court is not the norm in Georgia. It is not. There's one other county, but that is not the norm. It's an aberration. This doesn't solve the issue that it was intended to introduce. And I'm going to say one other thing about this. This doesn't even consolidate all of the clerk functions for the various courts in Fulton County. There are other courts that have their own clerk functions. So why is it that this is somehow directed to state court without any information that there's something wrong with how state court is doing business? What it does is it creates more issues and it creates more problems by asking the state court to appoint an elected clerk who's answerable not to the judges or the folks who use these services, but only to the electorate. And it's not bad that we're answerable to the electorate. I am. But I am telling you from a ministerial situation or a ministerial perspective, that does not guarantee, nor does it even suggest that you're going to get a better result. As I said last time, and I'm going to say it one more time, the state court judges and the state court clerk steadfastly and quietly fulfill our roles in the justice system. We do it efficiently and at relatively minimal cost to the county and the taxpayers. We work well with others to address issues, even when those issues aren't our issues. So given that those are the facts that I've talked about, the question is, why would you vote to suggest that we change that? Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Anything else, Commissioner Hall? Motion on the floor is to hold.
I just
That's
wanted,
all right. No,
I just wanted to ask you a question. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
all right. No, I just wanted to say thank you for that input. And I completely agree. For me, it's about the facts. And like you said, this is not something that is normally done anywhere in Georgia. And this consolidation is not even exactly the same as the county that is doing a consolidation. There's a piece missing out of that process, and it's because it doesn't work. And we are sympathetic with, well, at least I am. I'm sympathetic with the fact that of having an elected come over and you have to deal with that, because we are in the same situation, because we have our electeds who we have to approve budgets for, and then sometimes there's a little bit of a tug of war about the money. So I'm very, very cognizant of how that can be, how it can put you in a situation that you don't want to be in. So thank you for your comments.
Commissioner Barrett? I'm sorry, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Judge, I get it. You don't want to be lumped in something that you didn't create. I get it, and I hear what you're saying. But for me, I'm asking this question of you, the administrative functions. Are you open to the consolidation of the administrative functions only?
Thank you so much for asking that, Commissioner. I'll go back years ago. I think it was, I was appointed in 2010, elected in 2012. I think in 2012, the Superior Court and the State Court established a joint working committee to where we could look at different functions that we did and to see what might work together. Back then, we consolidated the jury services at that point, which has been a big win. It really has. It's resulted in fewer folks having to come down, because before we would bring folks into Superior and State Court, and so fewer folks have to come down, and it's saved the taxpayers money. And it's more efficient for all the judges. So that's been a big win. I will tell you, since then, we have looked at bringing together the administrative functions of the two courts. And short answer is yes, because I think that's where things make sense. What I would ask, and I know in part of the resolution that you had, it was urging the county manager's office to assist us in that. And I think that would be helpful because internally, it's really hard to judge and to figure out, here's how things should happen for everybody, especially when you have things that there's a lot of moving parts there. But it might be very helpful to have an outside resource who could assist us in saying, okay, let's bring these, let's figure out what you have here, and figure out what makes sense to bring together. And the answer is Superior Court, the judges on Superior Court have been in favor of that. The judges on State Court have been in favor of that. And we just haven't figured out a way to bring it all together yet. So the answer is yes, but we're not necessarily as judges in the best position to be able to figure that out. And it would be really helpful if we did have some outside resources on that.
So, Judge, I just want to make sure that I understand your answer. What I got from you was that you would be open to administrative functions being consolidated with the help of the county manager's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry for that long explanation.
That's
That was-
okay. I just want to
that
make
was-
sure. Listen,
I'm known
sometimes
for just saying, so-
I'm big on communication, so thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry. I apologize if anyone has not been open and allow you to be part of the process. Not saying that they have, but I just think it's important that our judicial partners know that we, as a body, fully respect you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne, motion on the floor is to hold.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the resolution that we were originally, the one that we want to hold is for administration functions, not for clerk.
No, it is the clerk, and there was just a minute. The resolution involves urging them to consider a consolidated function, and I accepted the friendly amendment to include the administration as well. So that's what's before us, includes the clerk and administration.
Okay.
And the motion on the floor is to hold.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what the
Okay.
amendment was.
Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard again?
Just
Motion
a
on the floor is to
question.
hold.
Just a question, because the judge said outside resources. And now I heard him when he spoke about not having an elected person over the consolidation of functions. So I just wanted to ask you, when you say outside resources coming into the administrative consolidation, who did you mean?
Well, and that's where I'm hoping the county manager's office can help us. So I guess this goes back to, we as a group, the Superior Court and the State Court, have looked at this administrative consolidation in whatever form that is for now going on 10 years. And we haven't been able to really make that happen. And what I think would be helpful is if we had some, I don't know whether, again, the county manager would be in a best position of whether that means a project manager or a consultant to come in and look at the functions and say, here's where this can work. And that's where I'm talking about with the administrative side. With the clerk function, the issue with this resolution is nobody's even talked about that for years or done any study or look. At least what we have done, what we know is with Superior Court and State Court, we have been looking at that for years and thinking, yes, there's something that we can do better here. With the clerk's office, there's never been a look at that, and there's never been any indication that that should happen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
All right, I'm new with the procedures, Chairman, but can I make a substitute motion right now?
What's your?
So I'd like to make a substitute motion to urge the courts to consider consolidating just the administrative function.
I'm going to rule that out of order. That is too similar to the motion that's on the floor. Yes, it is. No, she can't remember. No.
It's a substitute motion.
If you want to, Madam Parliamentarian.
It's a substitute motion, just to be clear.
I am not the parliamentarian, but my ruling is, Madam Parliamentarian,
I'm so sorry. Have you had a vote on the substitute motion?
So
whether
there was
to-
a substitute motion to hold, and then I just made another substitute motion to urge the courts to consider consolidating only only the administrative function, not the clerking function. That's my substitute motion. And it was seconded by Commissioner Abderrahman.
the original motion was to approve. I accepted a friendly amendment to include the administration of it. Then Commissioner Barrett wants to make a substitute motion to the substitutes that's on the floor. And my statement was that it's too similar to the motion that's on the floor, but I will defer to you as the parliamentarian.
I think it is the motion that's on the floor is to hold.
Yes.
And I think it has been the practice of this board to allow subsequent substitute motions, and this one appears to have been duly made and seconded.
All right, then there's a substitute to the substitute that's on the floor to remove the clerk and only the administration.
Only the administration.
Only the administration. It's properly moved and seconded. All right, anybody want to comment on that before we vote? Let's vote.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian, for your ruling.
And the vote is open.
Just a minute, Judge, before you leave, yeah.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, passes 5 yeas, 1 nay. Just for the that's approved as amended. It will deal only with the administration. But for your information, 5 of your judges called me and they support the consolidated effort, just for your information. Next item, Madam Clerk. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
On page 8, Commissioners' Full Board Appointment, 230254, Hospital Authority of Fulton County, North Side. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority submitted the following slate of names for the Board of Commissioners to consideration to fill the unexpired term of Dr. Thomas Gable, ending April 1st, 2024, Dr. Kenneth Kupke, Dr. Mark Sonnershine, and Dr. Jennifer Amerson.
All right, I've asked the county attorney to review that authority. There are 2 issues here. Number one, we've asked for records, minutes of their meetings, which we have not yet received. We've asked for information regarding the lawsuit and their basically refusal to allow an open records request. And the issue of the way the board is appointed, even though this board may have done it incorrectly in the past, we're trying to correct that. And the process is pretty straightforward. This board, is to submit 3 names to that authority, and they choose from the 3 names that we submit. In this case, we got it backwards. They have been submitting names to us, and we are choosing one of the names that say they are submitting to us. So that's pretty much where we are. So while we're waiting for information to come from the county attorney, I'd like for us to hold it till we can get all of the facts in front of us. All right, there's a second. Any further discussion? All right. You want to be heard, Mr. Thorne?
Yeah. Is it time sensitive?
It is not. Well, there was a statement made at the last meeting. Yeah. There was a statement made at the last meeting that it was time sensitive because they needed a quorum to have a meeting. This is a 9-member board. They have, it's on, is it on? This is a 9-member board. They have 8 members, so they only need 5 members so for a quorum, so that was inaccurate. So from that point of view, it is not time sensitive for the reason that was stated at the last meeting. So the motion on the floor is to hold. All right, let's vote, please, on the motion to hold.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
230285, discussion, transparency, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
Commissioner Thorne.
I'll be brief, because I think by holding the hospital Morehouse thing, that was much appreciated, because as a new commissioner, as I expressed, it's just very difficult.
Speak up a little bit, Commissioner Thorne.
It's just very difficult to research and get up to speed on things when you don't know what you're going to be talking on, and it's coming literally to you when you sit down here at the meeting and you're having to read multiple pages. So I appreciate holding that for the, till not having the official agreement so that we can get input from other people. And just to let the public know what we're doing and be able to come down here and speak on it as well and get their input.
Are you speaking to the previous
Today-
item or to your item?
No, well, I'm just speaking, my item was in regards to the Morehouse resolution that we were going to vote on today, but we didn't get till we got down here this morning.
So what?
So on being transparent with the public, having that put on the agenda, letting the public be able to look at it to see what we're going to be voting on before the meeting, at least a day before, 2 days. I remember back in October, there was a discussion item on the poll worker data being breached by the temp agency, Happy Faces temp agency, and the information wasn't there, and you guys held it for 2 weeks because it wasn't there. So that's what I'm just trying to say, what is our protocol going to be moving forward to help inform the public before we get here in the meeting and being presented the resolutions on time?
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Thorne, the agenda is posted on Friday by noon by the clerk to the Board of Commissioners, and that immediately makes every single item on our agenda public-facing. They then have access to all of the documents that go with every single agenda item that we are going to vote on. They have an opportunity at that point to review everything from Friday up until Wednesday, the day of the BOC meeting. And we do as well. And so that just makes me want to commend my Chief of Staff, Anita Harris, on always making sure that I get the agenda on Friday with all the documents and we actually go over it. So we have all that time to go over it, and the public do too. So I start getting questions and calls and emails and everything right after the agenda is posted on Friday. That's how we make it available to the public. Yeah, no, I'm done.
What I'm saying is, the Morehouse study, the supporting documents did not come until we got here in an add-on folder with that documentation. And the same with the health disparity study that we had at the last meeting. That documentation was sitting here at our desk that we didn't get from Friday till Wednesday to review that and to look at that. So that's all I'm saying. These are pretty fairly hefty, multiple-page studies that it'd be great if we had on the Friday, not on the Wednesday morning. When I'm literally getting a call from my Chief of Staff saying, okay, it came through at 8 a.m. and I'm in the car trying to sift through what was just sent. So, and that doesn't give the public time to either weigh in on it too if it concerns them. So I just didn't know if I'm just going to have to learn to live with it, expect it, or if we can do something to make sure that all the documentations with all the agenda items are with them on Friday.
Well, I think the manager and his people are pretty diligent in trying to get as much information as they believe we would need on Fridays. Occasionally, that does not happen because they don't have everything in place. But I think they hear your concern, and they will take it under consideration. All right. Next item.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, back on page 6, under Justice and Safety, 230277, request approval to amend an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $869,893 to provide a Phase 2 of the feasibility study.
All right, you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Any questions? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Add-on item 230288, Sheriff, discussion, emergent issues at the jail.
Did they send us something on that? Did they send us something? Is this it?
First
Sheriff?
of all, thank you. First of all, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience as we've motored through a lot of the things that...
Speak up, Sheriff.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience as we've motored through a lot of information over the last couple of days. I think it's important, first thing I want to take an opportunity and let the public know and that my heart goes out to the Thompson family. Many of you have seen in the media what has transpired, but one, if there are any questions around that, I certainly want to be able to answer what I can answer, given the litigation and the limited, given that the actual investigation is still open, right? So if there are anything around that piece. But I want to take just a couple seconds to debunk a few myths, one of which is ACDC, which is up and running, right? So that you all have the actual numbers. We have a total of 369 individuals over there. We have 291 females, 78 males, and then we have more males being transported in the next 7 to 10 days. So that's important to make sure we get that piece right. I do want to take an opportunity to express my appreciation for each of you as we have journeyed the last couple of years of trying to figure out how to create a better sheriff's office, how to provide additional resources, whether it be pay, those things matter. And to that point, I have begun to see the attrition slow down a little bit in terms of the number of people trying to leave. At one point, it was 10 and 20 people a week. So certainly appreciate you all's support as we go through those processes. I think it's also important to know that, or note that the things that you hear around sanitation and those kinds of things have not been put on hold. We started that literally in September going into October with week-long sanitation opportunities, some costing as much as $400,000 or $500,000. I do want to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Davis and his team as we continue to go down that road. Here's equally as important and things that I would like you to consider. So you have before you a memo that I wrote with respect to what we need from an emergent standpoint. One of the things that we talked about with a new jail is trying to create a new way of thinking, what that looks like in terms of incarceration. The current jail represents an old way of thinking, simply warehousing people, getting them to and from court and going from there. This process allows us to start changing the culture before we get a new jail, before we get to that point, utilizing what we have right now. So what you have on the screen is a company called Teletrex, and I simplify that by saying the ITW is inside the walls. And one of the things that we have been consistently battling is notification when an individual is sick. Many of you may have heard this, and I know my new board members may not have heard this. 2 weeks after I became sheriff, one of my really, really close friends' son committed suicide in the jail. And so that was heart-wrenching. And one of the things that I began trying to look for and invest in at that point is a collaborative technological, not answer, but opportunity for us to do better. So in this case, if you can imagine, if you have an Apple Watch or if your kids have an Apple Watch, that being a biometric opportunity to show us what a person's blood pressure is in terms of if their blood pressure drops, it'll give us a signal. If it spikes, the person may be involved in having a heart attack or whatever that looks like. One of the things that I want to do with the medical unit specifically, especially our mental health population as well as those that are receiving chronic medical care, is be able to put these bans on individuals, let the technology guide us, and then 3-6 months down the line, you all had a conversation around FUSIS, right? The integration of the cameras. Can you imagine if somebody is having a heart attack? The watch lets us know, lets the cameras know, and then in the spirit of transparency, all the footage we have is available to complete these investigations. And so one thing about investigations, especially jail investigations, and I've talked to some of you individually, is they take a long time. And in the spirit of trying to be transparent, getting people to understand the steps involved, what that means is we open an investigation, it makes its way up the chain. In each case, we will either call, in a jail death investigation, I think it's important to note, we will either call APD or the GBI. Whoever has the resources to get there first will take on the part of that investigation. When they close their investigation, we'll close ours. And in many cases, and as most recently, we will turn them over to either Madam DA or turn them over to the Attorney General or the GBI, depending on each case and what that looks like. So this, pivoting back to the technology, leveraging the cameras and the system itself, will help us respond better, help us provide better data, and help us be in a space that we can provide medical care even more rapidly. So if there's not any questions around that, I will continue, because I know you want me to continue. Talking about sanitation. I mentioned earlier that we spent $500,000 on one tranche, and that meaning that we have almost 400 detainees that are either on our mental health floor or our medical floor. And so this clinical cleansing, if you will, we work with Mr. Davis, his team provides someone that can do a deep cleaning that is just beyond wiping down, or goes beyond wiping down the surfaces, et cetera. So at that point, what we want to propose and do, I think is a more unified message of we need to do this more often. And so we asked Mr. Davis and his team to bring in contractors who could give us a quote on what this looks like. And so the proposal here is to every 2 weeks be able to do that. We don't specialize in cleaning, but to have a company that can come in, sanitize every 2 weeks, our medical floor specifically, I think that goes a long way in terms of our overall goal of providing sanitation, et cetera. Now, I know some people will say, well, why can't they clean up themselves? Well, in many instances, mental health patients don't have the fortitude to be able to clean up behind themselves. And so we have to do that until we can get our psychiatrists in place so that we can provide better services from that perspective. The surveillance cameras on this list goes hand in hand. One of the things that the overall project last year that did not include, there are blind spots still in the facility, but being able to tie this into and leverage technology is a way we move from there. Here's the other, I won't say disappointing fact, but our medical care provider has chosen to terminate. Again, there is a lot of back and forth with that. We'll certainly rely on the law department to help navigate that piece. One of the things that has been prevalent and will continue to be prevalent is the rising costs in nursing, rising costs in medication, et cetera. And we have not traditionally done a good job over the last few years of dealing with that. And I'll close with this. especially to my new board members and those that came in with me. This is a decade-plus long problem, right? This is, and I've said this to one of my board members earlier, this is a previous administration not being transparent and letting you all know for years on top of years of what is needed. And so when I became sheriff, one of the things that I pride myself on is communication, making sure you all know. And that way you can make educated decisions in terms of helping us, informed decisions in terms of helping us get better in where we are. And so I will continue to move along that space, understanding that we need to be able to be center-focused on that. And Mike just reminded me, because I got the best chief of staff in the world. I stole him from over here on y'all side of the street. Well, larceny is in my heart. So, but Ray Secure, which is another part of this, one of the things that has been happening in jail, and it's been happening across the country, to the point that, won't say lawyers, but people that pretend to be lawyers will send legal mail in. It's been indoctrinated or sprayed with roach spray, LSD, fentanyl, you name it. They let it dry out, cure it, then send it as legal mail, which we cannot technically search. Well, they then take it, it's called strips in the jail. They'll take it and then ultimately smoke it. And what you end up, if you've not seen it on the internet, you end up with 5, 10, 15, 20 people massively high in one tranche. And it becomes a medical emergency more than anything else. And so this technology, albeit new and very expensive, and we've gotten 4 machines now, think of it as an electronic canine. And you remember, and I'm a little older than most, so you remember the old machines that you used to lay down on top of the glass and it would mirror up and project onto the wall? I don't even know what you call it, but it looked like a copy machine, but it wasn't. Think of it in that manner, but it actually senses if there is a chemical agent of some sort on the paper. So at that point, we can make a decision. It has already proven to be successful, and here's the best part about it. When you make that determination, we immediately contact the lawyer. Most lawyers say, well, I didn't send that, right? So it becomes contraband at that point. But now we're eliminating the level of contraband that comes into the facility. It has been so successful in 2 weeks. The commissioner of the Department of Corrections has come down to view it because it is a statewide, a countywide, countrywide problem. So that said, that's my ask for the week. I do want to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Anderson and Mr. Adams and the entire team and Ms. Whitmore for being patient with us as we delve through this week, because I've taken up a lot of you all's time and their time. But it is that emergent need that brings me before you now. Because if we don't do something, people will continue to die at the Fulton County Jail, and I need your help curtailing that.
All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Barrett.
Sheriff, thank you for coming down. I want to echo the sentiments. My heart really goes out for the family of that loss. I think anytime there's a loss, that loss of life, that is something that we always need to be mindful of and do whatever we can in our power to keep it from happening again. Sheriff, I support you, but I'm not playing devil's advocate, but I think this is the time here for those that, for some people, you can't never do anything right, but they will not spend 5 seconds in that jail, But what do you say to the public that are saying that the jail is plagued with incidents of employees bringing in contraband, employees having inappropriate contact, as well as other things that you're plagued with? Because my office has taken quite a few calls. And, you know, there's one thing to be said about transparency. And some of the things I have said to constituents is I would rather know about a problem than to not know about a problem. Because a problem half recognized is half solved. But I just want you, because I do support you and I do want you to say your words and not Commissioner Khadijah's. What do you say to those who we seem to have had problems seem almost back to back, seems like. What would you say to those individuals at this moment in front of us, if you don't mind?
Yes, ma'am. And you're absolutely right. I received some of the same calls, some of the same text messages, some of the same emails. I would tell you we're getting it right. And what I mean is we're holding our personnel accountable. I promised our community as a whole, when we came in, we would focus on making sure the jail is safer, right? It's a lot to be said about the deterioration of the building and the age of the building and the manufacturing of shanks or manufacturing of weapons. There's another thing to be said about those individuals, many of whom were working for Fulton County before I became sheriff, is that it's not just that we're holding them accountable, these individuals are being arrested. And so my job as chief law enforcement across the county is quite simple. If you commit a crime outside the jail, we're going to arrest you. If you commit a crime inside the jail, we're going to arrest you. But that's also, and it's such a good point, because it is also why we are becoming more stringent on our team members, right? You can no longer bring food inside the jail because someone brought in food, but underneath the food was a couple ounces, several ounces of marijuana. And we have done, again, when you say what we ask the citizens, ask them to be patient, right? Because we not just took that case, we took the case, we tracked it all the way back down to the restaurant it came from, who picked it up, who prepared the marijuana, et cetera, and the contraband, and who delivered it. So we made 2 arrests inside and 2 arrests outside. And so trust the process, right? And here's a unique thing about it, and it's a really great point, is that you all have certainly, as a commission, right, past and present, have suffered me, right? And I say that because when I came and asked for $211 million to run the facility and run the sheriff's office the way it needed to be, right, we negotiated down, right? I have to be sensitive to other needs around the county, I get it. But I laid the foundation and the vision to be able to say, this is how a properly run sheriff's office is run, right, or is handled. This is across the state, across the nation. You can look at where we fall on that list, and comparatively, you'll see no other like Fulton County. I would also encourage our public to continue to communicate with you all, email you. Our loved ones, and so I have a new mantra, right? If I get an email, y'all will get an email too, right? I'll send it to you, because they're mothers and fathers or aunts and uncles that continue to talk about their loved ones. A lot of times, the general public doesn't understand because a person may be locked up for a very heinous crime. But we take an oath, and that oath is to be humane. And so when those individuals, and now we've even stressed that further, you gotta sign twice when you take your oath, right? We take that to another level of simply saying, integrity matters, and we have to do a better job. So to the voting public, those that don't, to those that we are responsible for care, custody, and control over in terms of the jail itself, just know that we're holding people accountable. And I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you this very honestly. When I became sheriff, I was astounded to find out, not like many other sheriffs across the state, that I did not have the autonomy to bring in my own command staff because of civil service protections that boards prior to you all put in place. Now, I'm pro-union, you know I am, just anti-nonsense. And so in some instances, I had to deal with the cards I was dealt. But I flew in from out of town and had a staff meeting at 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday. I don't know where else they do that. And I asked for, received, and accepted 3 resignations of the top tier, the top commanders that run the facility. And I say that because one of those commanders was my mentor when I started out in 1986. And so what I also say is if I'm willing to hold him and them accountable, it doesn't matter where you come from, what your background is. When you work for the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, whether you're just starting or you've been there, we're going to hold you accountable. And so that's the piece, right? The buck stops with me. Let me be absolutely clear. But you hire a chief jailer to be a chief jailer. You hire assistant chief jailers to be assistant chief jailer. You hire a commander, a night commander, a day commander for a field division to go out and execute warrants. And so again, that's what I would say, is we're not running from any of the issues, but I would hope and trust at this point, and I know you do, that when I say this is what we need, that it's not fluff. I don't build fluff into it. And as my mama would say, look, if I tell you a duck can pull a truck, just hook that sucker up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about everything else. You just hook it up and understand that we're going to move forward. So the future's bright, right? Have we made some mistakes? Absolutely, absolutely. Have we worked hard to correct those mistakes? Every single day. And in that space, again, I got to give Mr. Davis a lot of credit because it doesn't matter what time, day or night, whether the elevators go down, whether the water pump stopped working and we don't have hot water, he's going to answer the phone, and he's going to try and help us get the resolve that we need. And so, again, a lot of this starts and stops at how changing the culture. So my plea to you is, as we move, as we continue to look for, nobody thought we'd get through a jail feasibility study, right? That was a huge success. And to be able to move the needle forward. But that's only because of you all having the vision to do that. Mr. Alton and his team, Alton Adams and his team, really forcing the conversations, because when you're 70% of having to rebuild anything, right, it's time to just build new and out the ground. And I think we can do that in a sensitive way that would allow for mental health to be improved immensely, reentry programs to be improved immensely, and it's a good place. We are where we are right now, and we have to move forward. So that's a long explanation. I hope that's...
I thank you for that, Sheriff. I just want to close with this, that you inherited a mess. I mean, you inherited a mess, okay? And the mark of a true leader is a leader that can take criticism and advice. And I know many a times you and I have talked, sometimes spirited. We have not always been on the same side, but we were respectful of each other. Amen. And so I would say in this time of adversity, to stand strong, and let's work for the citizens of Fulton County. Thank you.
Amen. Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, first of all, I want to echo Commissioner Abderrahman's and your thoughts and prayers and condolences to the family of LaShawn Thompson. Let this incident and his death be a catalyst for moving forward, which I know you are, and I know we all are. And, you've mentioned several times that a couple of us are new, and that, we all, you yourself and many of us came in to a situation with this jail that was not of any of our personal making, certainly. But we are here now, and we're here to try to make it better. And so, I feel the burden of that, in my heart. But I want to just get some clarity on a couple of things, some just real simple details. On the Ray Secure machines, the $630,000 is for one, or for how many machines?
Yes, and that's a good question. I apologize. 4.
For four new machines.
Yes,
okay. And with these various projects, what's the timeline you need to be, are you already moving on acquiring some of these things?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're not holding you up right now, sitting
No,
here
ma'am.
talking?
Now,
Okay.
It might make, and I have to depend on Ms. Whitmore, might make my math a little fuzzy at the end of the year, but we're moving forward. So it's an emergency, and we need that.
Yeah.
And I would also like to offer, that as we continue to go down this road, I would suggest, because of how well the machine works, the RaySecure, I would suggest that all the mail coming into the county facility be scanned in this manner as well, because whether it be anthrax or any other foreign substance, you would want to know before any mail is delivered to each one of you as well. So.
Thank you for that. I want to connect the dots, or I'd like to ask you really to connect the dots a little bit from September when LaShawn Thompson died to now in terms of your the actions you've taken, because I know you talked about having a late meeting and asking for the resignations of the top 3 folks, but from the conversations we've had outside of this room, I am aware that you've been taking action right from the jump, and so I just want to make that clear and kind of give you an opportunity to walk us through that timeline of the investigation and the discipline that's taken place from that, and that will continue to as you learn more of the salient details.
Okay, really great point, and thank you. So let me start here with the investigation. It is still open, and many people did not understand that. So again, when a death in the jail or in custody is what it's called, happens, we call 2 people. We call APD, we call a third party, APD and the GBI. Whatever resources they have available, whichever one gets them first takes the lead. We open our own investigation. We include that investigation, to which, in my last conversation with the chief of Atlanta, that investigation is still open. At that point, we fold that into our investigation. Then we will ask, in many instances, we don't have to, but in many instances, just for transparency, have the GBI take a file review, take a look at it, do a file review. At that point, the GBI can either refer that case to the DA or the Attorney General's office, if there is any foul play to be had. Now, going back to some of the circumstances and steps that we took, it's left out of the conversation that we actually did 2 decontaminations, attempted to, right? And we name them, right? Operation Decon and Operation Clean as a Daisy. Those 2 did not work as intended, and at that moment, now we're talking latter part of September going into October, I approved $500,000 for a complete decontamination and clinical cleaning that took a week to do. Now, the unique thing about it and the opportunity we had is we were going to spend that kind of money. We needed to have that company come back already paid for or built in or baked in from that perspective. So they came back in December, right? So these things continue to happen. But here's the important part to note. As long as we have 200, 300, 400, 500 people sleeping on the floor in a confined space, it is a breeding ground for communicable diseases, for lice, et cetera. And so, and let me take it a step further. And so we're throwing good money after bad as long as we have people on the floor, right? So taking that same connotation, understanding that piece, we employed, once we found out, see a lot, to your very point, one of the pieces that is left out of the conversation from a managerial standpoint, from an accountability standpoint, we have to afford individuals due process. And so as we go through the investigation and each piece closes, then as the sheriff, I don't get in the middle of the investigation, because more importantly, when I do, I stand the chance of influencing part of the investigation. And so at that point, when the investigation's closed, again, in this case, it is not, I can then make decisions. Now, along the way, when one of my jail commanders saw that some of the command staff did not do as they were ordered, they were disciplined, period. So none of this is because somebody had a press conference. This is, we are very intentional about each of these steps. And so as we go back to the fact that the case is still open, and as it gets to me, I can then make those decisions. Now, like you all, getting those emails, getting those text messages, when I saw some of the pictures that came from the medical examiner's office, which we only found out Monday, right? Had never seen those before. And so in that case, you look at it, it's unconscionable. All right, so at that point, I assigned an investigator. There's a process to all this. Investigator go over to, actually my commander, go over to the medical examiner's office after I had a chance to speak with her over the weekend and sit there until they were able to file the right forms, have the right conversations to get all of the pictures. All right, so this is the first time we had seen them this week. And so to that extent, we were able to, from a preliminary standpoint, some things everybody's afforded due process, or should be. I would hope, I feel in my heart, right, that I wish we could have given Mr. Thompson his due process. So we've had months and months of conversation around even churning through the court system. And so when you look at the court system and the fact that this gentleman's case was reset upwards of 8 or 9 times, that's something that will come out at some point. But it's also, whether he chose or chose not to, right, had the capacity to or not to interact, we still have an innate responsibility. And so we have processes in place, but we will not know what failed or did not fail until the complete investigation. And so that's our goal from that perspective. So first, I appreciate the question, and if you give me a second, I'd just like to thank you as well as the other commissioners, because as you know, and I did not want to leave this out, we had an officer attacked and part of her ear bitten off, and she is a shero. I make no bones about it. We've talked to her several times. I would like for her to come to address you all at some point, but I did not want to leave that out, and I thank you all for the calls and being able to respond. So you wanted first to do that. I wanted to say thank you.
Of course. A couple of additional questions. You brought up a lot of different things in that answer. So just to be clear, and you may have said some of this already, but just to be clear, the sanitizing and decontamination efforts that you've got listed in the memo at $485,000 is for a year for biweekly, correct?
So it is for the rest of this year.
The rest of this year.
Right. So I was trying to be sensitive because I learned from Commissioner Khadijah. We can't just ask for all of it right now. I just want to to get through, as Commissioner Hall said, let's get through this year.
Okay.
Right?
So I got you.
I didn't want to.
No, I got you. I just wanted to make sure I was clear and that everybody was clear that this was not another one-time cleaning, that you were in fact going to be.
No, ma'am, this is ongoing. We'll be able to show the results, and our goal is to make it part of our 2024 budget.
Okay, you also mentioned a lot of issues going on at the jail, sort of as context for what you were describing, the people sleeping on the floor, the overcrowding, the condition of the building. And I think we all know that the condition of the building has led to a difficulty in hiring and retaining staff. And so I would say, and I think, we've all talked about this, the county manager and I have talked about this offline, as have you and I, that, the jail is a crisis. It's in a crisis situation, and that, LaShawn Thompson died in part because of the overall crisis that the jail is in, a problem that you've described and Commissioner Abdurrahman has described as something many of us inherited. But it is in crisis. And so I'm going to sort of direct this a little bit to you, Mr. County Manager, because I know that you guys have been in talks. And I just want to know, I know we're talking very specifically now with this about cleanliness and security issues, and specifically checking in on patients, both behavioral health and just medical patients. But what are you planning, and what have you all been discussing as it relates to operations and just, doing the best we can to improve our operations in this crisis mode? Because though we did just today approve $879,000 to move the new jail project along through its next year of analysis and study and design and such, that you still have to operate in this building with these crisis level conditions until and if we get a new jail built. So again, directing that to both of you.
Well, let me start here, and certainly love for you to pick up. Two things, right? It's a great question. One of the things that the county manager has offered is, if you remember during COVID, and he can certainly expound upon that, nobody knew what was going on. We didn't know if we were coming and going, right? As a community, as a nation. And they brought in a crisis team, which he can explain, have more explanation around that piece. So we've talked about potentially joining forces there, figuring out what that looks like. The second thing I would like to do very publicly is, and we've talked about this, Commissioner Khadija and Commissioner Hall, we've talked about this, is formulate an advisory board, right? That advisory board would be part of what a jail improvement looks like, right? And maybe have 2 commissioners on there, as well as, obviously, I'd love to have the administration on there as well, and then our team, and ultimately somebody from the community. Now, what we also are able to do when we do this, and Commissioner Hall and I talked about this, is NIC, the National Institute of Corrections, also offers a new jail building class and process. So we as a team would be able to go to wherever the latest jail build is, right? Focusing on mental health, focusing on reentry, whatever that looks like. Then it becomes a collaborative effort between the community, us, and we've talked about this in the past from the perspective of even having NIC have the actual class wherever the latest jail build is. So the National Institute of Corrections has been very instrumental in helping us guiding us through that piece. And then the other piece that you didn't ask about, but I'll tell you, we have brought on and have a grants manager. And so we have right now $3-4 million in grants that we will help hopefully ease the burden, not supplant the budget, but help doing these things around that to include these jail educational collaborative pieces. So I'll defer to the county manager on the second part.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sheriff. So, Commissioner, in response to your question, the conversation that the sheriff and I have been having is about employing the same firm that we've used during the pandemic, Emergency Management Services, Inc., EMSI. They've been around since 2000. They have experience with very high-profile emergency incidents like the Deepwater Horizon spill, California wildfires, the bombing of the New York Trade Center. So what more importantly, I think, is we've developed a great deal of confidence in working with them. And as the sheriff mentioned at the beginning of the pandemic, we really did not know what we were confronting, much less how to organize a response. And I'd say with just a few people, 3 to 4, they were indispensable in helping us create what I think was a very holistic approach of full government, not including just our folks, but also people from the state as well as from FEMA. We had, I think, one of the most innovative and successful programs at both testing and vaccination, of course, including running the largest vaccination center at Mercedes-Benz. So the idea would be basically take that same approach and that same firm, employing 3 to 4 people. The sheriff is still responsible, accountable, and the decision maker, but as I was to the board during the pandemic, they were in the background, but nonetheless extremely helpful in that they've done this many times before, not necessarily in a jail or in a pandemic, but in an environment where there are multiple issues to deal with, and it is a life and death situation. So I think the sheriff is in agreement with that. I know I would be supportive. Our staff, of course, are available to support the sheriff as well, and we've reached out to the firm, and they are available.
Yeah, Sheriff, go ahead.
And let me add one more thing, if I may, and that is quite simply, you asked what we've done, right? I want to make sure, and that's a fair question. Earlier this year, there are 150, I don't have to tell y'all, 159 counties in the state of Georgia, second only to Texas, with 254. I penned a letter to all 158 other sheriffs saying that because we have such a crisis, such an emergent need, if you got 1 bed or 10 beds, 1,000 beds or 300 beds, let me know what those are so that we can lease these beds. We have to get people off the floor. So we have right now 18 individuals at Oconee County with another 13 going next week. We have people in Fayetteville, Cobb County, as you all know. We've gone through that piece, and that is something we've done since 2021, but the emergent need has really, it allows us to not have those individuals on the floor. And let me give you one more fact about ACDC, which I think is more telling, right? Having the vision to go through, do the contracting with ACDC, not just gets those, remember we moved the ladies first, right? Did not just get them off the floor, not just to get them out of inhumane conditions out in I won't say Union City, out in the South Annex, right? But every time somebody comes to jail, it keeps them off the floor. It keeps them in that environment. And so as our turnover continues, those numbers are actually higher in terms of services at ACDC. And so you look at 400, 500, 600 people that have not either had to sleep on the floor or had to sleep in inhumane conditions, but simply because we made the right choice. So,
Thank you for that. I really don't have anything else except to say that, I'm, with you on, working towards and through this crisis, towards better results, towards no more deaths like LaShawn Thompson's happening again. And I think that everything you're talking about does seem like very much a multi-pronged approach, which I appreciate. And, I certainly appreciate your willingness to share as much as you have with us privately and here. And I do think the idea of I'm glad we had this relationship with EMSI, and if that ends up being beneficial to you, then all the better. So thank you again, Sheriff.
thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say my sincere condolences and prayers to the family of LaShawn Thompson and his passing. But I want to go directly into what you have been experiencing as a sheriff, because it started long before you became sheriff. But I recall the night that you realized you won the election, and your words were, "I have to get to work." You were already prepared for the situation that you knew was at hand, and you were already thinking about how you could tackle it. Because soon after that election day, you contacted me and you started talking about the things that you knew and the things that you needed to do to discover even more of what needed to take place. And so I want everybody to know that this is not something that you created. It is something you inherited. You've not been able to be proactive because you've been reactive. And if you could just let everybody know, because everybody doesn't understand. I've had constituents call me, text me, DM me on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, saying, why have you allowed this to happen? When were you elected Sheriff?
So I took office in 1/1/21. So
January 1st, 2021. And it was told to me that when this jail was built and open, it was already overcrowded. So the overcrowding issue is something that has just been an ongoing issue from the beginning. It's deplorable, it's inhumane, but it is something that we have all been trying to deal with. It costs money, and now after the pandemic, everything has doubled in price. We all know that now. We see that in every budget item, every purchasing item that comes before us is double the amount. So I will not sit here and criticize you, because you inherited a situation that you have been trying to deal with since the day you came on board. And I want to make sure that I'm understanding where we're at right now, and I want to make sure that the public understands where we are right now, because I've also heard comments about, well, why haven't the commissioners done anything? And we have done plenty, and thank you for that acknowledgement of a positive nod, because I know I sat here during the recess meeting in January and asked for an additional 11 point something million for your budget as a budget enhancement to try to address issues that you have. But we all have approved the jail feasibility study. We have all said that we want a jail that addresses reentry programs, mental health, pre-arrest diversion, inclusion of the community partners, and wraparound services. So this is a time for us to do our part, and it makes me think about the poet laureate, Emmy Award-winning author, and a lot of us know him, Hank Stewart. He always says, if we don't do our part, then it is our fault. So today is the day for us to do our part. And I want to ask you, Mr. Sheriff and Mr. County Manager and Chairman, what can we do today to move forward to address the situation at hand? Is there anything that we need to approve today to do something instead of just a discussion? I keep looking at this screen and it says discussion, and I'm like, why are we not voting on something to move forward, to do something? And I see you nodding your head. Yes.
I was going to answer the question. Commissioner
Yes.
Alvin Rockman has a motion that she wants to make at some point regarding some action today.
Okay. I would love to second that motion because we need to do something today. And so, are you in the queue? Oh, you're not in the queue yet, though. Okay.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely have to start out by sending prayers and condolences to the family of Mr. Thompson. It's a tragic situation. But right now is not the time, at least for us, or at least for me, to point fingers. Right now, I want to move. I want to know how we stop this from ever happening again. I want to make sure we have a plan in place, and I know that you do have a plan, and I want to make sure that we support the plan to make sure that there is not ever an opportunity for anything like this to happen again in Fulton County, and I know you're supportive of that. And so I like the idea of putting metrics or putting GPS metrics that will allow the ability to monitor the health conditions. I guess we have to know who's going to be responsible for monitoring that, and what's going to be who's going to monitor the monitor, right? What are the double and triple redundancies that we put in place to make sure that nothing ever falls through the crack like this again? So I concur with Commissioner Hall that we need action. I know there were 4 security items that you wanted. I don't know that we'll be able to address all of the items that you wanted today, but certainly the items that will help make sure that nothing like this ever happens again, I think we have to address those today. And so I'm thankful for your spirit of cooperativeness. Thankful for you saying the buck stops with you. Thankful for the corrective actions that you've already taken, and look forward to working with you to develop a longer list of corrective actions to make sure that we're not only supporting you, but we're making sure that those people that we are charged with housing, or that you're charged with housing, are safe and are treated fairly and humanely. And I know you're committed to that as well. So I'll stop there and wait to hear the motion.
All right, Commissioner Abdu-Rahman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. We always want to be transparent. Always want to be transparent. And so I'm going to put a motion forth that includes a total of $5.3 million in investments to support this emergency response. It breaks down as follows: $2.1 million for devices, providing real-time tracking of detainees' heart rate and blood pressure in the medical unit, $485,000 for sanitizing and clinical grade sanitizing of all medical decontamination and psychiatric observation units, $630,000 for 4D imaging of male contents. Of male contents to detect narcotics and other contraband in mail to inmates, $1.1 million for 91 additional jail surveillance cameras, up to $1 million for additional emergency management support. Now I'm going to ask the county manager to keep me honest. I want to make sure that I didn't leave any amount out, because I want to speak for myself. I'm hoping I'm speaking for this body, because I think we need to do what we need to do in this emergency situation. And so, County Manager, I would ask, is that the right amount for what we need to do today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Chairman, I make a motion that we approve this amount that I have just said.
All right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Abdu-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Comments, questions? Commissioner, anything else?
That's pretty much it. I just want, Chairman, if you don't mind, a point here. I want the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County to know two things today: that we as a body take this very seriously, and we as a body, hearts go out to this family, and we as a body support our sheriff. And we want you to do what you need to do and have the resources that you need to make sure that this never happens again. Thank you, Chairman.
Anything else, Commissioners? All right, Madam CFO. All right, the $5.3 million, what's the source of funds for that?
Mr. Chairman, we have $16 million that we originally set aside in the budget for special purpose, special call elections. We can repurpose a portion of those funds. Otherwise, we will need to go through and identify the specific places that we have some resources that we think we can use for these items. We were working on that last night a little bit. We do have a few other places that we can pull the resources from, but the most readily available source of funds would be the reserve for the special call elections.
So that's your recommendation, that it comes from the 16+ million that's reserved for a special election, which we will not need. Is that correct?
At this point, there's only been the one election that's been called, so I can't answer whether we will need any more or not. That's just the most readily available source. We can, again, scour the budget to look for, other sources to fill in. But as far as a single source, that's the best place to go at the moment. And we can continue looking. I mean, I think we do have some other places that we can pull from. We just did not finalize the sourcing solution for this last night.
All right, and Ms. Strong-Whitaker, now how long will it take for these 4 items to come through purchasing?
The request, we'll work with the sheriff's office.
I can't hear you.
We will work with the sheriff's office to get those requests.
I still can't hear you.
You still can't hear me? I'm sorry. We will work with the sheriff's office to get those requests expedited as soon as possible.
Chairman, can I ask that that be expedited as
All right, and what does expedited
well,
mean?
what I'm saying is,
I'm asking her.
Oh, okay, thank you. That's what I'm asking.
You could, it was just deemed an emergency, so we'll work on it.
Thank you, Ms.
As an
Whitaker. It
emergency.
is an emergency.
Yes, yes,
Thank you, thank you.
All right, other comments, questions? Now, let's vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Thank you all.
Next add-on item, 23-0289, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval of a recommended proposal in the amount of $330,399 to provide a project manager needed to facilitate Fulton County's affordable tiny home project.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, Dr. Rochelle, I know you mentioned something about, I guess, the land not being available or something needed to still be approved by College Park.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Arrington. We have been told by the College Park leadership that the transfer of the deed for the parcels of land located at Princeton Avenue and Jefferson Street will be on the May 1st agenda. The leadership has had conversations about this land and the purpose of the tiny home project and being supportive of that, but the actual deed transfer is now scheduled for May 1st, and then we would bring this item back to the board to accept the land.
Okay, and so $330,000 for a project manager.
Yes, sir. So the purpose of that is the fact that tiny homes and the development of tiny homes is really a niche market as far as what we need in a developer, ensuring that all of the specifications, regulations, permitting are on point. While we have a stellar department in our real estate and asset management group, they do not have tiny homes expertise. And so we feel that bringing on board a project manager to ensure that we follow all of the right steps and protocols, especially since the funding for this is from the American Rescue Plan, that is a prudent step to ensure our project is in compliance.
Oh, I think it's certainly prudent to get a project manager. I'm just questioning the amount. That sounds like one of the highest paid project managers in the country.
It is a group, and I believe Mr. Davis can talk about the credentials of this group that have stood up this similar project in DeKalb County.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Arrington. Dr. Rochelle is absolutely correct. The Microlife Institute is actually a group. So not only are you going to get that individual project manager with specific tiny homes initiative expertise, but also the back office support of their company as well. That's going to assist in the development of solicitations for a master developer. It's going to also help us do site surveys, ensure that every aspect of this initiative not only gets the construction done, but also ensures that we have a viable program model to follow for years to come and not just through this pilot.
So is it safe to say, so I think what I heard you say is that there will be project management, not just a project manager, and that project management will include a dedicated project manager?
That is correct.
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Commissioner Hall, will you accept that as a friendly amendment to this motion? I was asking if you would accept a friendly amendment. Right now it says to provide project manager, and I think that what Mr. Davis described is that there will be a project management team with a dedicated project manager.
Yes, sir.
Which is different than the way it's worded now, because it's like one person is this the best project manager in the history of the world? We need him on our jail.
I accept that.
Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Let's vote, please. The motion on the floor is to approve.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Madam Clerk, continue. There are some items, I think, there are no more action items, correct?
No further action items. We
But
do
there were
have,
from public comments.
yes, 4 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. That Older Americans Month theme, promoting action and engagement, has sent something into the ether that has caused, some say, the voice of the turtle to again be heard in our land. To wit, at the non-denominational meeting of the Concerned Black Clergy Monday, the vanguard confronted the old guard. The vibrance of the Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs, which met last Thursday, will result in greater transparency regarding the various and many senior citizen waiting lists that have been allowed to accumulate, and also will result in greater transparency regarding that home repairs hot potato divestment. And expect more fireworks at tomorrow's meeting of the Fulton County Housing Authority as pontificating pressure mounts on that new rogue housing commissioner who dares to publicly ask questions about agendas, about dole-outs, and about federal investigations. A hot summer in the forecast? I think so.
The next person to speak is Adrian Coleman.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. My name is Adrienne Coleman, and I come today to urge you to use your powers to ensure the care, safety, dignity, and civil rights of all persons incarcerated in Fulton County jails. LaShawn Thompson is not a one-off. He's not an outlier. He is one of 14 inmates who died in Fulton County jails in 2022. 2 weeks after LaShawn's death, Dino Walker was stabbed to death in the Wright Street jail. 3 weeks after LaShawn died, Shamar McElroy was found stabbed to death in his cell with his hands and feet bound. I urge you to take immediate actions, including number 1, to request the GBI and Attorney General to look into all investigations, to investigate all deaths in Fulton County Jail in the last 2 years. Number 2, I urge you to authorize or establish a commission of an independent team of lawyers, journalists, physicians, and civil liberties organizations to inspect the Rice Street Jail and report findings and recommendations to the commissioners. I further ask that you make available providers, medical providers, that can go in and provide urgent care to any incarcerated inmate that may need it. I'm disappointed to hear the conversation today where you pretty much coddled our sheriff. He said the buck stops with him. All of these incidents started after Pat LaBotte became sheriff. This is not something, the jail does not clean itself. The building does not clean itself. There's questions to be asked. For example, how was a person on the mental health ward not supervised on a regular basis? There are many outstanding questions that I hope that if you won't ask, that possibly our Attorney General or the GBI will give an independent, objective consideration and review. I thank you.
The next person to speak is Robbie Caban.
Hi, I've been waiting since 10:30 a.m. this morning when Commissioner Chairman Pitts said that the remaining speakers would go at the end of the meeting. Your agenda has no time frames. And I have been sitting here waiting all day. By the grace of God, I work from home and I'm able to do so. But many of my fellow residents were not able to. And I'm quite positive that you will ignore their emailed in comments the way that has happened in time. Instead, I've listened to a commissioner claim that another commissioner doesn't have the capacity, which he's no doctor to claim, which was highly inappropriate. And Chairman Pitts supported this in public, this type of decorum on our Fulton County board. Further, another commissioner stopped someone, an elected official, to ask them what color tie they had and wanted a podium removed, followed by an outburst from said commissioner to the point that there had to be a recess. This is what I've been waiting for hours and hours and hours for free on my county dollar, while you are all paid part-time positions that the majority of my residents don't make on their full-time jobs. I'm sitting here watching all of this, hearing you all claim that you've inherited a problem. Commissioner Hall, you worked under Joan Gardner. You got a paycheck under Joan Gardner. Commissioner Pitts has been the chair for how long? This isn't an inheritance at all. This all happened under your watch. This man died, eaten to death of insects, and he's certainly not the only one. And you don't care unless you're tagged in it, unless the photo makes the news.
Right, 15 seconds.
On social media, you and Commissioner Arrington, because I kept tagging you in abuse. If this is the way our people are treated in our facilities and you throw money at it, imagine what is happening to our animals. And you're throwing money at it.
Next speaker.
The next person to speak is Merlanda Dina Michelle Wiggins. Merlanda Dina Michelle Wiggins.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am here to ask the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to right a terrible wrong. You have a family of 3 disabled adults that are about to be evicted. The mother, 63-year-old, she spoke this morning. She's Sudanese. She tried to convey a comment that you would understand, but that's been the problem. She is limited English proficient. When she began her quest and trying to get help with her rent through the Fulton County government emergency rental assistance program, because of the language insufficiency, a barrier, she completed the forms incorrectly, did not get a denial letter, was told 6 months later by Fulton County that she did not qualify because she did not complete the information correctly, and told to go to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. She did that. When she went there, because again of limited English proficiency, she was not able to complete that application. When when state received federal dollars under Title IV of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, it is a requirement that the state provide language services so that all people may be able to access those federal funds. So it began at Fulton County. It's going to take less than $20,000 to right this wrong. They have to leave their home by today. The mother's disabled. The son has
15 seconds.
only one fully developed leg. The adult daughter is disabled, and they have a 5-year-old. Please make this wrong right. You care about your people. I've been sitting here all day waiting to comment. And it's not even right for that.
Next speaker.
And that concludes the Zoom public comments.
All right, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 public comments emailed in. Would you like those read or sent?
Just
to you?
read them.
Okay. First comment is Sheila Louder. Greetings, Commissioner. I am Sheila Louder, Vice President, the South Fulton Human Sources Coalition. This comment is sent to thank Don Butler and Stanley Wilson for their excellence with handling issues addressing the homeless in Fulton County. The South Fulton Human Services Coalition held a symposium March 29, 2023, to discuss the critical issues in our community. Don Butler led a count call point in time of the homeless in the county, in our community. January 2023, it was revealed that homelessness is very prevalent in Fulton County, North and South Fulton. The police have attended the symposium, revealed that families and individuals are living in the woods, in their cars, under bridges, and on the streets. My concern is the understanding of Ms. Butler and Ms. Wilson's department to handle this population. My concern is also funding to house and provide resources for 3 persons, mental, emotional, and financial. We must do better for these unhoused citizens. Whether we admit it or not, many citizens are just a paycheck away from being homeless. Last, I would like to thank Commissioner Arrington and Abdul Rahman for what they do to address the issue. And I would like to also thank Commissioner Dana Barrett for replying to the invitation, although she was unable to attend. Next speaker, next email comment, Emerald Alexis. There is an endless list of things wrong with this county. However, I am here today to talk about the particular issue. Fulton County Animal Services Control has been allowed to operate shelters in some of the most vile conditions imaginable. The smell of death and sickness saturates every inch of the building. The haunting eyes of innocent dogs and cats left to will or greed and abuses is unbearable. It is not acceptable, and it is not acceptable that there is no accountability for officials who have sworn to help the community. I fear you don't even understand what the word community means. I must ask you to reflect on your work, on yourself, and ask yourself, how do you feel immense remorse or allowing this type of violence to proceed? What have we become as a society that we allow so much suffering to become commonplace? Do we have any mortality or consciousness left under these suits? I thought I must appeal to your humanity today by seeing as that you may not have any. I am going to say this, whether you do or not, whether you do out of obligation or to look good or common decency, going to say this.
Is that it?
The next speaker is...
How many more do you have?
One more.
All right.
Dana Kay. As a taxpayer and citizen, I'm extremely saddened by the conditions I have seen Fulton County's Animal Services. That was she's also talking about the animal services.
All right. Anything else?
No further speakers.
All right, any other matters to come before us today?
No.
All right, no other matters to come before us today. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Let's assemble.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
$5.3 million in new programs and activities, which include $2 million for devices to provide real-time tracking of detainee heart rates and blood pressure, $485,000 for sanitizing and clinical-grade sanitizing, $630,000 for 4D imaging of mail contents, $1 million for 91 additional jail surveillance cameras, and $1 million for an additional emergency management support team to work with and under the supervision of the sheriff. So that's what we did today, again, to show our ongoing support for Sheriff Patrick Labatt and his initiatives. And any commissioners who'd like to speak, please come on up.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Bridget Thorne. I'm from District 1, which is in the North District up by Johns Creek. And I didn't speak earlier because it's a hard thing as a new commissioner to have someone that died and that maybe there's something you could have done about it. Maybe there is something we could have done. But I know all of us here are fully supportive of backing up Sheriff Labatt and knowing what he needs to do. We're behind him. We hope that the expenditures today will help and this will never happen again. And I hope that we get procedures in place that will mitigate any of this from ever happening. And I just sincerely, my prayers are with the family, and I just want them to know we're all brokenhearted up here. Thank you.
Today, the Board of Commissioners, under the leadership of our chairman, wanted to send a crystal clear message. First of all, our hearts and condolences go out to the family of the individual that passed away, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that this does not happen to anyone else. With the help of our county manager, our executive team, all of my colleagues, and the sheriff, I am convinced that this is the beginning of what we need to do to make sure that the jail is ran and also the employees are safe. Us passing the feasibility shows that we're serious about a new jail. And I know that everybody unanimously may not have supported that, but at the end of the day, Fulton County does need a new jail. We do not need to lose another life. And I stand here with my colleagues today in support of the leadership here and in support of Sheriff Labatt. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Marvin Arrington. Again, prayers, thoughts and prayers and condolences go to the Thompson family, but we are committed to making sure that those that are in our care are treated with dignity and respect. Our sheriff is committed to making sure that they receive fair treatment and that they are treated humanely. And so we are taking steps today to try to make sure that this will never happen again. There'll be time for investigation. There'll be time to point fingers. Today is not that day. Today is the day to make sure that this does not happen to another inmate, to anyone else in our care. And I'm thankful for Sheriff Labatt and the commissioners for making sure that we move forward to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing. Of course, thoughts and prayers, I echo all of my fellow commissioners, but also we share in the sheriff's approach and strategy to bringing the community into the conversation and to having some kind of advisory board or task force that involves both the board, the sheriff, and the community. So we'll be in discussions on that, and in addition to what we passed today, I think that will help us move forward together.
Today you saw a board that came together, whether Democrat or Republican, male or female, it didn't matter. We're here in solidarity to address an issue. But what is most important is that we passed $5.3 million in investment to support the sheriff and the jail to resolve an issue that has been long-standing. And that was our way of showing that we care. And I want to just send my prayers and condolences and love to the family of LaShawn Thompson. What has happened is the situation is just deplorable and inhumane in the jail, but we have been trying for a long time to address it, finding money any way that we can. And today I want to thank our county manager, our CFO, our finance director, and our other county executives on finding the money to actually address this issue and finding it fast. Thank you all.
All right, first of all, let me say thank you. It has been a long day, I get it, and this is usually the time of day when things tend to slow down instead of pick up. Our hearts and prayers as an agency go out to the Thompson family. It is, and our heroes and sheroes every day that go into that facility, that man these posts and allow for others to really be in a space that we're responsible for care and custody. We look at that, we take an oath of humanity, and we take that seriously. And so to have the support of a magnificent board of commissioners led by Chairman Pitts, this is a historic moment. And I say it like that, the moment is historic, but this has been going on for the last 2 years. And so while we are faced with unusual challenges in and throughout the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, we have the Board of Commissioners that many sheriffs across the state wish they had. And we may not always agree, but we can agree that one thing matters, and it is that we have to solve these problems collaboratively. As Commissioner Arrington said, we have to move forward. This is unacceptable. The buck stops with me, from that perspective. And these initiatives, as we get ready to move forward, allow us to combine technology with an older system that will ultimately save lives. And from day one, the one thing that we wanted to do is be able to be collaborative in our spirit. And we've done that. And this is a testimony to that leadership of both your commissioners and our sheriff's office. And so we will continue to hold people accountable. The investigation is still open, and we are moving in the direction of making sure that we as a sheriff's office, every single day, put service in the front of what it looks like to really be able to provide care and custody. So with that, I'll step back, and if there are any other questions, we appreciate it.
Sheriff Audrey Washington from Channel 2. A couple of questions real quickly. There's going to be a rally held tomorrow with some of the top civil rights attorneys and leaders in this country asking two main questions. If this death happened in September 2022, why are we now finding out about it, lending to transparency? And secondly, whether or not you have spoken to the family of LaShawn Thompson. Have you spoken to them? And if not, why?
So both good questions. First, let me start with the family. We are scheduled to meet tomorrow. They are out of town. We have reached out to the attorneys to say we will provide a safe space for the rally because we invite the public down. We want to be able to have people express their feelings and what that looks like ultimately. With respect to the investigation, as I explained earlier during the county commission, these things take time. And so everyone should have the ability to have due process. I wish I was able to give due process to Mr. Thompson. All right? There's a court mechanism that was triggered that allowed him to have his case reset several times. But again, the investigation will show or not show where failures did or didn't occur. Those things take time. It's not unusual for a death in custody case to take a year or more in terms of getting the facts straight. Expediency is not my concern. Getting it right is my concern. And we will hold the people accountable that if it shows that, we'll hold people accountable.
This is a question for the board on 11 Live News. The $5.3 million in funding, where are you expecting this will come from?
The CFO has identified a source of funding. There was about approximately $16 million, maybe a little more, that was set aside for special elections for this year. it appears that we will not need the total of the 16 million. So therefore, that's the source of funding.
So there's a process, right? There's a step-down process. They have terminated their agreement with the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. As such, we started immediately looking for new providers. There are only a few providers that can provide the necessary care, custody, and compassion to take care of a facility the size that we have. And so we started immediately. This is not new, right? Proactively, we were having these discussions behind the scenes, so we are in a space that we can readily provide care, custody, and medical needs within the next 31 days.
Thank you, Sheriff. Last question, the young lady in the back.
Thank you. My name is Chelsea. I'm with Atlanta News First. This question is for the sheriff. Our station got some information today. We spoke with the attorney for the family of Rashawn Johnson. They told us they received a call from the Department of Justice requesting this case filed for a federal civil rights criminal investigation into Thompson's death. Had you heard about that? And if so, do you have any comment?
I had not heard that, but again, all right, the case is still open, and the way we process or move forward is quite simply, APD will close their investigation. When they do, we'll close ours. We've already been in touch with Director of GBI. They are standing by to do a file review, and at that point, they actually make any recommendations from there. All right, you're welcome.
Thank you,